All right. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I am so late. Oh my gosh. I am just rushing over here. But I'm here, girlies. Hello. Oh my goodness. Dun dun. All right, let's see. Is it working? Can you guys see me? Testing? Hello? Am I talking to myself? No, I'm here. Hello. YouTube really took its sweet time connecting to my OBS. All right, good morning. Hello, everyone. I am late, but I'm here. Sorry about that. Oh, I decided to make bread, which I had known I was going to do today, but I just mistimed everything. And then all of a sudden, boom, here it was. 45 minutes late to stream when I've already been up since 8 a.m. because Indiana woke me up this morning. But I'm here. Yes, we're late and gay. Exactly. I was going to make a joke, but I stopped myself, though. But you know how it is. Okay, we have a few stories to go over today. Oh, I feel so sweaty. I feel like I am covered in flour. I feel like I am so messy. I feel like I am just sweating so much. I feel a little, what's this word? Like discombobulated. Okay, hold on. Let me center myself. I literally just, I have to go and put the bread away after it cools down. I am literally sweating so badly right now. It's insane. You know how it is. You're standing in front of a hot oven. You're watching Seinfeld, which, by the way, we just got to the most disgusting episode of Seinfeld yet, I think. It is disgusting. So there's this episode of Seinfeld where Jerry and George are writing a sitcom, possibly a pilot, to get their show picked up, possibly a show about nothing, which is a joke on Seinfeld since it's a show about nothing. And the exec who they are pitching the story to has a daughter who's 15. And the daughter walks in and she's got a larger chest. And Jerry pokes George. So George, and they're in their mid 30s, like 30s, pokes George to look at the 15-year-old girl. And then he gets caught looking at the 15-year-old girl, and then they scrap the pilot, okay? Because the dad catches them. And they're like, so Elaine is upset with the boys. Like, why are you looking at a 15-year-old girl? And I'm sitting here livid because in real life, Jerry Seinfeld dated a high schooler. So, okay, so then Elaine's like, why would you look at a 15-year-old girl like that? And Jerry's like, he makes the joke like I'm paraphrasing here, but like a chest has no age. Like if they're there, you look. Like what? The casual, it's funny because my bestie's watching Seinfeld as well. So we're both kind of catching up. And I messaged her and I was like, the amount of comfortability people had with just being absolutely vile and disgusting, like about children so blatantly. Like I was literally, I'm always shocked. Like, right? Just as Elaine was also awful though. I mean, they're all bad people. Like this, I cannot explain this enough. All of those group communities everyone wanted as a millennial, all of those friend groups are toxic. All of them. How I Met Your Mother, like Friends, like they're funny to watch, but you cannot have friendships like this, okay? Like you can't have friendships like this. These are not good friends. These are not stable relationships, always lying and going behind each other's backs. You know, all of this weird, debauchery. It's just crazy, okay? But it's weird because like a part of me is watching Seinfeld because some of it is so funny, without a doubt. And some of it just feels like a tape recorder, like I'm going back in time. It feels like a time capsule, So part of me feels like, like this is like a time capsule back to this era, which is so not different than now. It is so not different than now. It's not that significantly different. People have similar struggles. The way they talk about people, like the only thing that's different is our recording machines don't have tape recorders. The technology is obviously the biggest difference between the shows, but people are people. Just crazy, bro. Yeah, just weird. Yeah. But let me tell you this, I really enjoy all the shows. I do. I could watch Friends 100 times over. I've watched Seinfeld at least 3 or 4 times through the full thing. Like I could watch I could watch How I Met Your Mother. Like I'm not going to turn it off if it's on TV. Like I could watch it and I could enjoy it. Will and Grace, I love Will and Grace. Will and Grace are horrible people. They're horrible people. There's an episode of the recent season, like the newer seasons, where Grace wants this job, but she needs this guy's approval and she thinks he's died in his living room. So she wants to unlock his phone with his face and send herself the email giving herself the job. But then he wakes up in her apartment after she's done it. Like, obviously, these shows are not supposed to be real. They're not drama shows. They are like fun. They're supposed to be ridiculous. The dilemma is when people watch it and think it's supposed to be real life, which I did in my early 20s. I literally wanted my life to be like a sitcom. And then I got older and I was like, wait a second, they're bad people. And you know how I found it out really? Was because my friend group and I were mimicking the sitcoms. And then I would look around and be like, hey, this is bad. We can't be doing this. Whatever it was, like whatever silly shenanigans we were trying to get into, I was like, guys, I think these are bad people. We can't be bad people, you know? But it's so tempting, just like in the way boys watch BoJack and think BoJack is the goal, or people watch Dr. House and think House is the goal. I think we need to make sure that we are watching things with like an understanding that it's not healthy or it's not good. It's not that you have to stay away from it. Like really like, you know, specific kind of music. Like I'm thinking about really emo, like toxic love music. It's not that you can't listen to it and enjoy it. It's that you have to not romanticize it to the point where you want it. Like how many of us had toxic fantasies growing up, listening to like really emo music, wanting like really toxic love, and love was going to be, you know, I can't even imagine as I get healthier and older, even thinking the same way I used to. Like I can't even fathom being 20-year-old Britney now. The way she wanted love, the way even 26-year-old Britney wanted love is so significantly different from this Britney. And it was so based off of media, which what does media know about love? You know, what does media know about anything? You know, Chet says for me, with shows like Dawson's Creek, shout out Dawson's Creek, Gossip Girl. For some people, Supernatural or Buffy. Like there's so many shows, so many books, so many things that I just like, I loved them when I was young, but like obviously they're not good. The first episode of Gossip Girl opens up with Chuck Bass trying to rape well, his name's not Joe, Penn Badgley's sister. Like what? And then I used to think Chuck Bass was hot. And I'm like, why did I think Chuck Bass was hot when the first episode is him trying to rape? And then like it's totally normalized. Like it's just ignored as like a part of the deal. Like, what is wrong with us? Yeah, and 30-year-old playing 15-year-olds. And that's the other issue, is these actors aren't even actual teenagers. And so it sets a fucking disconnect in our brains that 15-year-olds feel like, why don't I look like them? And 30-year-olds think, you know, I want to be in high school again. Girl, you do not want to be in high school again. Yeah, crazy. Yeah. Ugh. Anyways, okay, so that's what I did this morning. I woke up at 8 a.m., which was 2 hours before my alarm was supposed to go off. And Indiana woke me up because our girl is still sick, but it is what it is. And so I woke up like the mother that I am and I have not been getting a full night of sleep because of that girl, okay? And then I woke up and I took care of her. She didn't need much care today, which is good. She's just, you know, if she dies and I don't wake up for her coughing, I'm going to be really upset. So she's going through it. And now I've been awake. I baked bread. I filmed an episode of Love is Blind UK. I edited a collaboration I did yesterday. So I did a collaboration yesterday with the only Britt Hartley. Very exciting stuff. We watched her video on stream yesterday. I completed a collaboration with her. The technology did not fail on us. And now I have edited, uploaded, and scheduled it for Saturday. Unless for some reason I am completely out of spoons tomorrow. I should be here again tomorrow. I am riding on fumes. But I am planning to post that on Saturday so you guys can have something to watch over the weekend. Ugh. So yeah, great. It went great. It was just so fabulous. Like genuinely fabulous conversation. We had never talked before, so it's, you know, us getting to know each other and then talking about meaning in the chaos. It's just a solid hour of goodness. The energy is great. She's great. We also really enjoy just talking about philosophy. So it was great. It was a great conversation. Let's see. Chat says, do you know what's wrong with her? The girls, we don't know. Indiana is either, okay, our theory is she's either so autistic, she refuses to spit up hairballs, and now it's all coming to haunt her, and or we have to go in with surgery to see what's going on, because we've done everything, x-rays, medication, all these things. And she's just hacking in a way she's never hacked. It's freaking me out. It sounds like she's dying. It's messy. It's disgusting. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll have to, you know. We'll have to figure it out. We'll have to figure it out. I just don't want her to die on me. You know what I mean? While I'm, you know, because I hear her and I get up to go check on her to make sure she's okay. And I just feel like, what if one of these days I go, she's fine, and I sleep in, and then I wake up and she's been dead for 2 hours. That's my greatest nightmare. This is like when I nannied babies, and even though I could see them on the camera, if I didn't see them breathing, I'd like run into their room and make sure they were alive. This is what I feel like. That anxiety of being like taking care of infants and just making sure that you've kept them alive is so real. It's so real. I'm like, are you breathing? Sometimes I even look at Indiana and I'm like, are you breathing? You know? Thank you, Trevi, so much for the indie funds. Thank you for that super chat. I appreciate it. Oh, speaking of Luffy, okay, hold on. I want to talk to you guys about something actually before we begin. Thank you for reminding me, Trevi. Ba-da-dee-doo. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, dun, dun. Ba-na-na-na. Okay, so a few people left comments on my anime videos, either the stream or the video itself, and I just want to say, you know, the thing that came to my mind yesterday was how Miyazaki is so intentionally political, right? If you've watched Miyazaki, you know, he is so intentionally focused on the environment. He's so not afraid to make, you know, like he's so not afraid to make a statement. And oh my God, thank you guys for saying my hairstyle looks cute today. I was really feeling it, to be honest. I think this might become a signature look. I don't know what I did today, but I'll take it. I thought so too. Thank you. I appreciate you. And I was thinking about this in relation to Luffy and all the anime that we watch. Like, how intentional are the writers in their political statements, or are they simply talking about human condition? I also want to say, I understand, and I don't really know how much of this is trolls, like the people in my comments who are like, anime isn't political, it's just a show, it's not that deep. Yeah, but like, if you watch Rugrats and Hey Arnold, I hope you know it is not just a show. It is a huge commentary on the state of our lives. But the dilemma is, and this is, you know what it feels like? It feels like when you're watching a Disney movie with kids and you realize there's hidden jokes for the adults. That's how I feel with these people, where I'm like, are you like the kids who don't get the joke and the adults are in the room being like, yeah, I get it. Is that what's happening? Like, there's layers to the anime. Like, some people are just watching at this layer where it's like kids fighting and it's like being strong. And then people are reaching on that, like the level that, and then do you age into it or no? Do you know what I mean? Like, do you get to the point in your life where you realize like there's two messages here, like two different audiences that are watching? And it's so interesting because I was thinking about this too. You guys know Vampire Knight? Listen, listen, okay? Listen. I think if you have been a Vampire Knight watcher, you know exactly the fundamental problem with that anime. We know the problem that all of us were aghast the moment it was revealed. We know watching that anime as emo-centric, toxic, romantic girlies, the moment our brain went, huh? He's her what? They're what? Who's related to who? What's happening? We know. We know. And it is one of those things that I have such a cognitive dissonance with. I have never been so fucking annoyed with a storyline in my whole life. Why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me? And then, God forbid, somebody's never watched anime and they start with that anime. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm like, You know those memes where it's like trying to explain to your friend that, anime is actually really cool. And then the one time they walk in on you, it's like the most like, oh, senpai. And it's like the most ridiculous, weird, pedophilic thing you've ever seen. You're like, no, this isn't the scene. Wait. Oh, that's what okay, but this is art. Stop fucking with me. Like, your favorite song from the 70s wasn't about a man in his 50s looking at a 15-year-old. Fuck you. Like, Seinfeld isn't a show where 30-year-old men are talking about 15-year-old tits. What are we talking about here? Don't fucking come for anime when y'all are watching, quote, adult shows, and that shit is weird. Your shit is also weird. Okay? Your shit is also weird. So again, we need to recognize that society is way too pedophilic. Holy shit. The way y'all want to mess with kids. It is crazy to me. And it's so lax. It's so lax. Oh, and P.S., just a reminder, because now it officially has come to this point in my family lineage. In order for me to break a generational curse, I had to put my foot down about inviting the predator over for dinner. And my parents decided to die on the hill that trans people and gay people are worse than child predators. That's the hill they died on. With so much sincerity and a genuine desire to do what's right. So when I tell you I am not a stranger to predators in the family, and I am not a stranger to knowing how fucked up people are when it comes to kids. Bro, it is insane. I'm like, are you sure you want to die on this hill? This is a crazy hill to die on. And that's it. I might not have, at this point, and listen, you don't get it if you don't get it. But the fact that I finally reached this point, and I am at peace with it, but if my parents do not take this back and change, that's it, baby. I won't get a call from them till they die. That like with just a matter of fact at this point. I've already done the mourning and the therapy and the moving through everything in my 20s to now. Everything was building up to this moment. And it couldn't have come faster or sooner. It had to have been now. But holy shit, the line in the sand really was so hard. Everyone asked me, did you talk to them about Charlie Kirk or anything? No. I started with the easiest possible way for us to tell each other where we were. I gave them the easiest black and white, right and wrong. Can you at least say this is wrong? They're like, it's wrong, of course, but it's not as bad as being gay or trans, because you're making gay and trans seem like it's normal. We know being with children isn't normal, but you're pretending being gay and trans is. And I'm like, oh, okay. You see, the logic almost makes sense. And it does make sense if you go into their bubble. It's like the people who thought they were going to get, what's this word? What's this? They were going to get ascended into heaven this last week. Like, if they believe it, they believe it. You kind of like, if you're there with them, you kind of get it. Raptured. Thank you. It's like the people who thought they were going to get raptured. It's like, okay, I guess if I was one of you, I would think like this, but I'm not. So from the outside, it just feels silly. But if you're there and you're in their brain, you're like, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. And that's the radical acceptance of the world is the way it is. People only know what they know. But what is, I think the greatest, if you want to use the word sin, I think at this point, the greatest sin is your lack of curiosity. Like, the greatest sin of all of humanity as a species is our complete lack of curiosity. And that is why society is sort of like progressed by the few, and the few being billions. But it is really the few of us that allows us to move society in a direction that's so different. Like, I told my siblings, some of them, what I talked to my parents about, and they were like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. Like, I couldn't do that. You're amazing. And I was like, yeah, I'm the first one in my family. Leave the saving to the boys? I don't think so. It's like, bro, what is this? But it's never the boys. It's always the girls. I refuse to engage in any reworking of history where women weren't the ones changing the trajectory of their family lineage. Men might have built skyscrapers, but we said no to predators. Okay? Period. Like, I just cannot believe. I always knew I was destined for greatness. This must have been it. When my mother said, Batsy, God will use you for greatness, she must have meant this moment. She must have meant this moment, Habibi. She must have meant this moment. She always told me I was destined for greatness. I don't think she thought she was going to be on the other side of that greatness, but here we are. Yeah, Chet says, so as long as they acknowledge that being a predator is wrong, they're okay with hanging out with them. They want to do unconditional love. It's a false compassion, okay? They want to love them into recovery, but at the same time, they go like this. They go, you get to come to our house. Why can't they come to their house? I was like, because I'm gay? And there's a difference between being gay and being a predator? And they were like, well, predator's a big word. I was like, well, predator is the accurate word. It is the accurate word. It is the only word. I have no other words for it. And they were like, well, what? So he can never get better? And I was like, well, it would probably start with you actually acknowledging something was wrong. That would probably be the first step to acknowledging something went wrong. You're not even doing that. You didn't even talk to him about it, did you? And they go, well, we don't know much about it. And I was like, oh, how convenient. Chad said, I think it's because of your autism. Listen. It all comes back to autism. That's why Trump is so afraid of autistic people, because he knows we're about to call him out. Okay? He just knows. That's why he's terrified. He's like, you can't let the autists rise up. They're going to call us out, you know? Ugh. Anyways, let's see. Chad says, I think women had to deal with the emotional and introspective burden, while men have the prison and a escape of materialistic focus. That's why that's my worst enablers in my fam are women. Oh, yeah, that's why worst enablers are women. Yeah, to be honest with you, so many of the enablers in my family are women. It is my mother. Like, I know it is. And I know it is in the way that, not these Machiavellian mothers, not like that. Not all mothers are Machiavellian, but all mothers have the potential to hold up the patriarchy and shield predators from the reality of what they've done at the expense of the victims. I'm Jordan Peterson. Like, stream. Call me later. But like, yeah, I do think that without, making everyone out to be the worst parent ever, I think even the most well-intentioned parents are the worst parents. Not literally. Like, I think that's the dilemma. I really appreciated that my partner was listening in on the call so somebody could witness what I deal with, because he clocked it right away. He's like, your parents are so weirdly genuine and the least curious people I've ever seen in my life. And I was like, yeah. They're so genuine. They're not mean. They're not cruel. They don't raise their voice. They don't cuss at you. They're not like, I wish they would sometimes. It'd be so much easier in a way. I could just write them off. But I look at them and I just think like, you're not even like as fucked up as other people. So my brain is like, why can't you do, but they're not curious. They're so afraid of asking questions. The whole time, we even talked about because my assault got brought up, and like we tried to talk about it a little bit, not details or anything, but just to bring it up. And they just like, they don't ask it. I was like, you don't ask questions. You didn't ask anything about my assault. You didn't ask about this thing. They go, well, you didn't tell us. Yeah, well, the dilemma is you're not a safe space to tell. And they go, well, why not? And I was like, because you victim blame. When I told you initially, you said, why were you at that party? That's a great question. Why was I at that party? Why was I with those people? It's like the dilemma is like they don't ask, but they also don't ask because they don't want to know. And I wonder what that's like versus how many of you have been in a conversation. You're like, this might be too personal, but can I ask? Can I ask about that? My parents don't do that. My parents don't avoid. They don't ask. They do one of two things. They autistically, bluntly, West Asian-y, just say, I don't like that. I don't like what you're wearing. Go change. They'll demand, but they won't ask. Like they won't inquire out of curiosity. They'll inquire out of judgment though. Very, very like immigrant judgment feelings. They'll inquire, how does this affect the family? How does this impact the family? How does it impact legacy? Don't tell people this story. Let me tell you right now how much they would hate this stream. But it is what it is, girl. You died on this hill. You died on this hill. And now I tell the internet. I gave them 30 years to figure it out. And here we are. What are you going to do? Chet said, this is how my white stepdad is about Trump. He claims that he can't be racist because I'm his black daughter. If only That's why I don't like that narrative that like even though it can work where it's like, oh, think about your daughter, think about your mother. That's only helpful if they care about their mothers and daughters. Otherwise, they don't care. Otherwise, they don't care. Chet said, I'm so afraid of telling my mother I'm gay. I don't think I will ever have the courage. Hey, you know what? And maybe you don't owe it to her either. Maybe you owe it to yourself for your close family and friends, but you don't owe it to her anyways. I will say, as the first person to come out gay in the family, not the first gay person though, come on, girl, but the first one to come out, it was easier than I thought and harder than I thought too. It was harder because, you know what? This goes back to when I was 21 and I wrote my parents a letter coming out to them because I couldn't do it face to face. And I gave it to my older brother to give to my mom and she refused to open it. And then when I was getting married here and moving to Europe, my brother said, hey, I still have that letter. And I was like, the letter from 14 years ago? And he was like, yeah, it's unopened. I was like, holy fuck, can you send it to me? And for the first time it was open since I wrote it, my partner was there to witness it with me. And that's the epitome of my parents. Specifically and mostly, I think my mother is a little bit more, because my mother is the more dominant personality in some ways. But yeah, like that is the epitome of working with people who are the least amount curious. You know why? Because they know what they're going to find. So here's the irony. They don't even need, they know what it is. They know what it is. They know what it is. My mom knew. She was asking me if I was gay when I was a little kid. She was asking my brother if he was gay as a little kid. Like as children, my mom's like, are you gay? And I was like, see how you don't ask any of the other siblings if you're gay? And it's because you know gay kids, you knew we were gay. And that's how you know it wasn't the liberal media that got me. She knew we were gay when we were kids. And that's the point. Like, that's the irony of it all. You know? Your mom has gaydar. My mom not only has gaydar, she's a bit gay. You know? But not the Jerry Seinfeld, George gay way, which I just crossed that episode, where people think they're gay. Which is very funny. Because they're like, not that there's anything wrong with that. It's very funny. It's a very funny, haha. Anyways. Okay. Let's do a cleanse off of yesterday's anime conversation. So whether the art form is intentionally something or if it's just experienced that way, what's important is that the people enjoying it get to enjoy it in the way they want. If you want to watch anime and just think it's cool and you don't think about the political implications or the philosophical ones, that's okay. Okay? But there is this question, not this question, but there is this bubble in which women won't date men who watch anime, which is so weird. It's like saying I won't date a guy who reads books because anime is just storytelling. And then there's a group of men who don't understand anime as a storytelling mechanism but they're like obsessed with Lord of the Rings. It's like, it's okay to have a preference, but it's interesting when people think like anime isn't cool. You know? It's like a very interesting idea. I don't care if you don't like the medium. If you don't like the medium, I'm here for it. That's okay. But if you think there's something inherently wrong about anime or weird, it's because you don't think of it as an art form, which is very strange. So, okay, let's take a cleanse.
I absolutely hate and despise anime.
If you are feeling disheartened, that you are somehow not enough, set your heart ablaze.
Listen to me, my son. You don't have enemies. The truth is, nobody has them. Nobody in this entire world deserves to get hurt.
I am the warrior you've heard of in legends. I am pure of heart and awakened by fury. That's what I am.
What do you think of that, El? This is my perfect victory! That's right! I win!
My soldiers do not buckle or yield when faced with the cruelty of this world. My soldiers push forward. My soldiers scream out. My soldiers rage! Go beyond! Plus!
rule anything. Being king of the pirates is about being more free than anyone. You better become the
The
Hokage.
courageous fallen, the anguished fallen. Their lives have meaning because we, the living, refuse to forget them. And as we ride to certain death, we trust our successors to do the same for us.
Okay, nice little reset. Whoo, take a deep breath. Ooh, take a deep breath, okay? A fun little reset, okay? Now. Okay, one more reset. It's not anime though. It's a joke. It's a funny, okay? One more reset for a funny.
Defeated Sauron. His reign of terror is finally over. What you doing, man? Come party with us. Yeah, man, come have a drink.
I don't know, man. I think it's wrong to be celebrating someone's death like this. I mean, for Isildur to chop off his finger and then take his cool ring? You don't think that's a little messed up? I mean, sure, he was a controversial figure, but to be celebrating his death, all he was saying was that he wanted absolute dominion to be a godlike king of Middle-earth, imposing his vision of perfect order and control to all free creatures. You don't think he had a right to vocalize his opinion?
What?
I mean, dude, you didn't understand. Sauron was like Martin Luther King to the orcs.
Who? Yeah, we defeated Sauron.
Sorry. Rest in peace, Martin Luther King Jr. You thought I was going to say something else, did you? You thought I was going to say somebody else. Nah. I don't think so. Okay. Hello? Hold on. What? Oh, let me send you this anime edit link you asked for. Here's the anime edit link. Oh my god, my nose. Chaz, I thought you were gonna say Sauron. I almost was tempted to, but I didn't want it to get misconstrued. Oh, that was that would have been tempting. Okay, let me tell you. All right, guys, heavy story. Everybody get ready, lock in. Oh, what a day. What a day. What a week, bro. One thing after another. I don't think it's going to slow down. I feel like we're going to be in it for a bit. But maybe life is like an anime in that way. It's just one thing after another. One stronger bad guy every season. You know what I mean? You know? One thing after another, right? Who knows? Okay. So the singer David is in the news. I thought I didn't know who he was, but I actually, after listening to some of his music, do recognize his sound. I don't listen to the radio, so I do struggle to find new music. So I actually know his sound from TikTok. He's in the news. He isn't technically arrested or found guilty as far as I know. As we have a recent update we're going to watch. And his Tesla was found impounded with a girl's body in the car. Her name was Celeste. And from my understanding, David was with Celeste when she was 13. She died when she was 14 and she was found when she was 15. I don't know exactly what that means. So we're going to watch some news stories to catch up so I can make sure I understand the details. It's devastating. It's very upsetting. It's just, you never want to get news like this. You never want to see news like this. And we'll talk about his lyrics and how some people are theorizing that he was basically confessing through his music. But let's use ABC to give us a recent story. This just came out, this video. So it's a little update.
We are getting new information now about the 15-year-old girl found dead in the trunk of the car of singer David. Detectives are intensifying their investigation into the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, while her family says they're making plans to honor her life. Eyewitness News reporter Michelle Fisher joining us now with the latest developments. Michelle?
Well, Mark, what we do know right now is that this family has Celeste's remains. They are one step closer now to laying her to rest as they grieve, but we still do not know how Celeste Rivas was killed, who did it, or why.
An investigation into the death of 15-year-old Celeste Rivas continues as the LA County Medical Examiner confirms her remains have now been released to her family for memorial services. That could indicate a cause of death has been determined, but that information hasn't been released. This more than 2 weeks after Rivas's dismembered and decomposing body was found at a tow yard.
That is the devastating part, is she was dismembered. She was fully murdered. No, accidentally got stuck in the trunk, sitcom scene here. This was a fully targeted murder. So devastating. Like I can't imagine what her parents are feeling, like what her family is going through. Just imagine, just so sad.
Inside a Tesla registered to singer David.
It's an ongoing investigation. We have a lot of resources dedicated to bringing it to a conclusion.
LAPD Chief Jim McDonald speaking with Eyewitness News today about the relationship between 20-year-old David and Rivas, who just turned 15 earlier this month.
There are discussions that they might have had a relationship. Would you investigate that relationship as a possibility? Because it could be illegal to have a relationship with somebody that age.
Yeah, certainly. Whenever you investigate a homicide, the detectives look at all of the associated issues as well. In this case, that's something that they would be looking at.
Last week, investigators took a computer as they searched a Hollywood Hills home where David had recently stayed. The singer, who was on tour, has now canceled all of his shows, but has not commented on the investigation. As he remains silent, his fans are loud online, critiquing his lyrics and music videos that feature gory imagery and themes. One of his most popular songs, titled Romantic Homicide. And take a look at this video for One More Dance. What appears to be a blindfolded David in a bloodied shirt standing by as two people put a body into the trunk of a car. And this anime video for David's song Rehab depicting a girl's arm being cut off.
And a verified GoFundMe for Riva's funeral expenses has raised now $24,000. It says that services for the teenager are planned for next Saturday. That's October the 4th. Mark.
So very devastating. Just like, look at her. She's a kid, bro. She's literally a kid. Oh, it's just so upsetting. And so people were going through his lyrics, and this is from Genius. This was 2 years ago. You can just kind of get a sneak peek into what he was like. So they have correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but he's 20 now, and she would have been 15. So they have a solid 5 years between each other. And so that would have put him, I can't do the math very well. So if she was 13 when they were together, he was, how old is that? Help me, 18, right? Just really disgusting, just like disgusting age gap, disgusting. And there was videos, live streams. They were caught like on live stream. There's even a clip that apparently he shut off stream when they were on it together because she accidentally outed that they were in a relationship. Just devastating. Okay. And then here is him talking about his own lyrics.
In the back of my mind, you died, and I didn't even cry. No, not a single tear. And I'm sick of waiting patiently for someone that won't even arrive.
So what inspired the hook, In the Back of My Mind You Died, is kind of like the storytelling aspect of the lyrics that came before it, in a way that it builds up to the big moment where she died in the back of my mind. Like, I didn't kill her physically, but in the back of my mind, she died. And I didn't even cry, not a single tear. I've seen people online take different meanings and interpretations from that one part of the song where it's like it's their past selves that's dying, and they're not even crying about it because they're evolved, they become better people, or have killed addictions and other different stuff like that. So I think it's very powerful in that way too.
In the back of my mind, I killed you, and I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true. I hate you.
I wanted you to feel.
You know, I'm not sure if he's thinking about himself or her. So people are saying that it's about Celeste. I will say whatever it's about, right? We will technically never know, but I think it's a pretty, if I can't tell if my brain is saying like, this feels like a confession since artists do that, or if this is just a coincidence, or if he, even if he asked, so here's my theory, that he didn't kill her, he had her killed, right? Because wouldn't that make more sense for the confession? If the lyrics are like, I didn't kill her, but in the back of my mind I did, well, did you ask somebody to kill her? Because that's like killing her. And so his idea is like, I didn't do it though. Because my theory is, what if he felt like his career was going to take off, and if they found out, his life would be ruined? So they thought, let's get rid of the girl. And so she's a victim of a male's entitlement to her body, entitlement to her mind, and now entitlement to her life, right? So my theory is like, that's the confession. But I don't know this, right? I'm just guessing, because a part of me wonders why he went on tour. Why did he? Apparently, the Prius was like abandoned, or Tesla. It was abandoned. His car was abandoned. So my brain is like, what were you thinking? That this made sense to you to just like Tesla, thank you, just abandon the Tesla. And also, it was a Tesla because Teslas have cameras and people thought that was also significant. Oh, Chad says, could it be that she got pregnant? Also very possible. Very possible. So again, like when I think about it from that perspective, I mean, either way, like I don't understand how they haven't made an official arrest. Apparently he is cooperating, but I don't understand why they haven't made an official arrest. From the last I checked was this morning. I didn't see an arrest.
The emotion in this part of the song, not just to repeat the hook, but to say it in a different manner with the same feeling that the first part of it conveyed, which was in the back of my mind, but then you think that I'm gonna say you died, but I say I killed you. So it's not like the thought of her is gone by itself was something that she did, it was something that I decided to do, and I killed her in the back of my mind. But it's really more of a figurative I killed you, especially in the back of my mind. I try to stress that in the back of my mind, so I say it so loud, in the back of my mind you died, in the back of my mind I killed you. So it's all in the mind because that's the most secure place you can be is in your mind. So if you can expel that thought from your mind, then everything else will just come together, the puzzle pieces.
Not looking good, bro. Not looking good. Yeah. It's most likely the boyfriend. It's very often the male partner. It's very often, you know what I mean? And apparently chat's saying in a Discord chat, David allegedly said that they had a baby together. I could see it. It wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the first time.
It was just a line.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Okay, let's watch this longer video about it because I want to get as many details as I can. When was this?
First,
This was posted 2 days ago. Let's get another rundown of it.
Called one of Gen Z's most buzzed about artists, singer-songwriter David broke through in 2022 with hit song Romantic Homicide, going viral on TikTok and peaking at number 4 on Billboard's Hot Rock and Alternative Songs chart. But David's tour is now canceled, and he is at the center of a possible homicide investigation.
Discord said the post was apparently through Fortnite and then Discord. Are you guys talking about him saying they're pregnant or have a baby? Leaks to the Discord messages were statements of David saying he had a baby on the way with someone. Celeste's Discord tag in his Discord. Uh-oh. Jesus.
This because
Habibi, her parents said she was missing. They were looking for her. And this poor girl probably thought she really had the world. And this is, please listen to me when I say this. If you feel unsafe with your partner, it's okay to leave. I promise you, you're not crazy. You're not overthinking it. You're allowed to leave. You shouldn't feel unsafe with your partner. Now, the irony, she probably never did feel unsafe with him. She probably felt really in love. She probably thought, like, I have the dream. My boyfriend's famous. He loves me, all of this. And this is why we have to, as older people in the community, do everything to keep young people safe because they trust us. And when you misuse that trust, that's why it's such a grave, disgusting thing. That's why it's such a big sin, right? If we want to get religious about it, which, we're not religious here, but it's such a severe betrayal because they really do, like, especially teenagers, they really look up to you. They think you're cool. They admire you. It is so your responsibility to do right by that teenager. It's not the teenager's responsibility not to have a crush on you. It's your responsibility to move them in a different direction and remind them that it's inappropriate for you to engage and that they're a kid. And we get it. As a kid, I always crushed on older people, but it would have been horrible if those older people ever took advantage of it. You know what I mean? The issue isn't in the younger person having the crush. The issue is in the older person taking advantage of that.
On September 8th, the decomposing body of a teenager, Celeste Rivas, was found in an abandoned Tesla, registered to David. Tonight, we have the latest in the investigation. Good evening and welcome to Closing Arguments. I'm Julia Janae, filling in for...
Wait, Discord said people in her family said knew she had a boyfriend named David. Teachers said she had run away with a rapper. Her brother allegedly said her family asked LAPD for help, but they seemingly did nothing. Did the parents know? A lot of parents don't care that their kids are in age gap relationships. I knew some of them in high school. Did her parents not care that she was dating an 18-year-old? Because, like, this is why I say, like, the world is unhealed, guys. Like, most people are not capable of raising healthy children because they themselves are, like, big kids. you know? And this is what's so devastating. Now, I don't know her relationship with her parents. I don't know if you guys have any data on that, but yeah, the adults failed her. It feels like this girl was failed time and time again by the adults. Let me see here.
That's her in my classroom.
Celeste Hernandez found dead in singer David's car. Celeste, her former teacher, said she was my student when she went missing.
Front of this poster right here. Okay, hold up. I got another one because I got a picture on TMZ of this other kid exchanging stuff with the rapper who we alleged did this stuff.
What is he? Chad is saying this teacher is disgusting. He is being weird. What is this? Like, what is this video? Is this guy, is he trying to get clout off of her death?
Hold on a second, because he's also in my classroom.
Wait, how long ago was
this? We all just found out yesterday who it was, but she's been missing since I taught her. So when I taught her, she met this dude on social media. He was a rapper in LA. He came and got her. She ran away from home. She was gone for like a month. The cops found her in Hollywood, brought her back to our school. She came back to our school, kind of told people this story. She disappeared again in May of that year, May of 2024. That's when her friends told me what happened, and it was this rapper. And then I found out yesterday that she's now dead in that rapper's car, cut into pieces. You want to know how they met? I feel like I just said it. Social media.
Oh, so he's like trying to warn them against social media use. He's trying to say, like, be careful about being on social media. Is that the message? Is that okay? Interesting. Okay, back to the video.
Vinnie Politan tonight, thank you for being with us as we follow this story that has so many unusual circumstances that all seem to point to a famed singer. On September 8th, police responded to a report of a foul odor coming from a Tesla that was impounded at Hollywood Tow Service in Los Angeles. In the trunk, investigators found the unthinkable, human remains. Investigators also learned that that car was registered to singer-songwriter David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke. And these remains were dismembered, and they were later identified as a teenager named Celeste Rivas. She would have been 15 years old on the day that she was discovered. She had been reported missing from Lake.
Did I just say her name was something else because of this video? Hold on.
That's her in my classroom.
It says Celeste Hernandez here, but this is Celeste Rivas. So, does she have two names? I mean, that happens.
Elsinore, California. That was in April of last year. The medical examiner's report stated that Celeste's body was decomposed. She was wearing a tube top, black leggings, a yellow bracelet, and stud earrings. And
there are two Celestes? Or two last names?
Interestingly, Celeste had a tattoo on her right index finger that simply read, "Shh." And singer-songwriter David also has the same tattoo on his finger. No one has been named as a suspect.
Okay, it's a double last name. Got it.
In this investigation, but it is considered a homicide. So we want to dig into this case and where this investigation seems to be leading. Let's bring in our guest.
So they both have the same matching tattoos on their fingers. I mean, it's a pretty popular tattoo, the shush tattoo on your hand. But what are the chances they both had the same tattoo and they dated?
For this hour, host of the Outlier podcast and pop crime TV reporter Lauren Conlon is with us. Lauren, thanks so much for joining us and talking about this case where we just seem to get more and more details that are centering around this famous person. Now, there may be a lot of our viewers who say they don't know anything about David. He's got this unusual spelling of his name where the number 4 is in it. Let's set the scene first and start with who is David. How much success does he have and what's his background like?
Wait, Chad is saying it wasn't that her body was dismembered, but allegedly that it had decomposed so much that it had been falling apart. That's devastating. I don't even know what's worse now. That's so horrible.
Yes, he actually grew to fame on TikTok. So he had this huge following of young people. He blew up and now he is doing a world tour. And this guy, I was shocked to see it. He has about 2 million followers on Instagram alone. And his rise to fame was pretty rapid. Now, he has connected with people like Benny Blanco. If you look at his social media, the house that was actually just searched, which doesn't belong to him, reportedly it belongs to his manager. He had photos of Benny Blanco in this house. He was entertaining people in this house. So again, he seems to have rose to fame very quickly with a very large following. He's very active with his social media users.
I saw him on so many podcasts. When I Googled his name on YouTube to see who he had collabed with, like big podcasts had all had him on, which I understand he had gone viral on TikTok. TikTok. It makes sense. But, you know, that's the thing is like, you know, a bunch of people thought they hadn't heard of him until we heard his music. And that's sort of the weirdness of all of this is that you just don't know who you're sitting across from. Like, you don't even know what they're capable of. It's so awful. But I just want to say, and this goes back to the child predator thing. We really are, all of us, turning a side eye to age gap relationships like this. I know people think I have like this weirdness about age gap relationships, but can I please be weird about like 15 and 20? Can I please be weird about 13 and 18? Like, you're acting like you know, like, am I not allowed to be weird about this? You know? And that's the dilemma is like, I feel like you guys are not weird enough about it. You know, we are not being weird enough about it because how many people probably saw them together and didn't say, hey bro, why is a 13-year-old hanging out with you? Even if you're just friends, you know? Is this like your brother's friend? Is this like, who is this girl? Is this your sister? Is this your cousin? Like, why are you just hanging out with a 13-year-old girl? And how many stories do we have to hear about women in position or girls in positions with guys in bands, right? And being taken advantage of. Also, there's this new story coming out. We've got to cover it later. There was this like very famous girl who got married as a teenager to a guy in his 50s. And she's now telling her story in her 30s. She's now 30, telling her story and talking about how she was groomed. Yeah, no duh. Yeah, no duh, bro. 16 and 51? Yeah, you were groomed. Like, that's what I'm saying. I can't believe this just happened on TV and we all thought it was such a freak show and everyone just watched it like it was nothing. Just absolutely insane.
He's active on Discord. He does a lot of streams, and Celeste was actually seen in 2 of these streams. And recently, the Discord moderator came out and said, you know, we had no idea that this girl Celeste was missing, and we really had no idea that she was 13 or 14 at the time. We thought she was hanging out with David and she was 18 or 19. So they had no idea, and these moderators are really distancing themselves from David and from this whole thing.
And that's big, those ages in particular that you're talking about, because her 15th birthday would have been around the time that she was discovered, but when she was reported missing, she was only 13 years old. And it sounds like you're saying other people knew where she was, didn't know that her family was looking for her. How old is David? And also, in terms of Celeste, did she have any kind of fame? I know people have been characterizing her as a singer.
She did not have any type of fame that I'm aware of, and I've dug pretty deep here, but she actually would have turned 15 on September 7th, which is the day before her body was I guess, discovered in this Tesla, which is incredibly heartbreaking here.
How devastating.
And actually, one of her teachers just kind of went viral because he came out and said, oh my gosh, I taught Celeste, and I know for a fact that she met David on social media, and she was hanging out with him, and he picked her up, and this was about April of 2024. She took off with him. Her parents or her mother called the police. The police brought her home, but then she disappeared again in May of 2024. And David, by the way, is 20 years old right now. So he
my heart goes out to her because I just know she probably thought I'm getting away from my parents and my teachers and I'm with this guy who loves me and like, she probably just like she really thought she probably was just like living the best life in some capacity and like, man, that really breaks my heart.
He would have been 18 years old when he was hanging out with her. And something that is incredibly chilling as well is, you know, the missing flyer stated that Celeste was wearing these Hello Kitty pants the last time she was seen. Well, there's a resurfaced photo of David also wearing Hello Kitty pants, looking visibly distressed in the shower. Now, I have seen just so many red flags. As you said, police have not named a suspect, but at this point, it's not looking great for David. He's canceled, a big leg of his tour. I would imagine that LAPD has said,
you know what's crazy is he will still have fans just like Chris Brown. And I know people keep saying, but Brittany, when is Chris Brown going to do enough? When can we forgive him? I don't know. Maybe when he stops hitting people. He's in court again for hitting somebody. Maybe when he actually like realizes he has to stop hitting people. He hasn't even started. You guys want to forgive predators before they've even really admitted they've done anything wrong. You're so eager to forgive abusers before forgive an abuser for yourself. Okay? Like forgive an abuser for yourself. Remember, we're going to talk more about forgiveness today with, you guys asked me to cover Dr. Kirkonda talking about this. Forgive for yourself But you cannot condone people's behavior. If you're looking to forgive Chris Brown so he can come back into like regular life, no. Like there's steps before that. But if you want to forgive him as a victim, if Rihanna wants to forgive him as a victim, not so he can come back into her life, but so she can move on, that's fine, right? We should forgive people so we can move on. I have no enemies. We just watched that clip from Vinland Saga. Nobody has any enemies. We have no enemies. And no one deserves to be hurt. We simply live in a world where we justify the pain we cause to others, and which creates this myth of enemies, because now we have victims. But in a world where we treated each other with dignity and love and all of the good things, nobody would be a victim and no one would be an enemy, and all things would make sense. Okay, so we have to understand that in the world we live in, it's not that perfect world. Even though I think that world is what's true, it's also not what's true. It is true that we should have no enemies. And so I have no enemies. But a big part of that was my desire to forgive the world for being exactly the way it is. I forgive the world for being messy and violent. I accept it for what it is. But that doesn't mean I don't have open with the boundaries relationship with it. You got to be open with boundaries, okay? You have to put down boundaries.
You know what? We kind of want you to stay put right now. And I mean, if you look into his songs, right? Romantic Homicide. I mean, some of these lyrics are very disturbing. Just pulling up some lyrics to that song, he said, quote, "In the back of my mind, I killed you and I didn't even regret it." He has music videos that seem to glorify romance and death. And it gives me chills. It really gives me chills.
I'm glad you mentioned the song, because that's one of his top songs, this Romantic Homicide. She's not named at all in that song, but Lauren, we understand there was a song that had a name that matched our victim here.
Yes, and this is also interesting because the song is not super easy to find. Internet sleuths kind of dug this up. In 2023, he did reportedly record a song, which was called Celeste. And he kind of talks about, you know, this girl that he's in love with. And I think he mentioned something about a tattoo on her chest. So that right there, you know, that says a lot, as well as some of these streams that are coming out with the two of them, again, on Discord. And they're talking about really just inappropriate things here. I think that something that was brought up on one of the streams, they were referring to Epstein and just, you know, the assaulting of children. And then they quickly say, oh, delete this. And, you know, a lot of these videos, not all of them, but when you see Celeste, you know, she's got a hood on a lot of the time, or these big glasses. And
so I think we've got that clip here. Let's pull that up.
I media trained you.
No, you didn't.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of kids.
Really good.
Okay,
It's been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my. Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes. I media trained you.
No, you didn't.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of kids.
Okay, so that's one of the live streams that's going around that people are talking about. Are these the same clips?
Oh, yo, wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which one? What's good, David? Big fan, mixed by me. Bro, thank you, Mitochondria. Appreciate you.
I gotta stop with him if you even. We need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too?
Okay, so there's a couple of clips. They've obviously been streaming. Very suspicious. Obviously, like, okay, so who saw that video of them and wasn't confused? Let me see. What's this one? Look at my Discord, picking up the receipts here. What's this? Sitting there realizing I'm really a bad person sometimes, even though I genuinely love with all my heart. There's a really bad part of me that ruins everything. Safe account. Is this David posting? Me watching her scream after I poured boiling water on her after she told the boy happy birthday because why are you happy he made it another year? Okay. When you're usually nonchalant, but this one got you crashing out like a maniac.
It's either me or nobody else in this world. Bitch, I love you to death. Never break.
Me if I see her talk with other dudes. Bro. That's kind of crazy though. Why did he make so many TikToks? What do you wait. What's WYD? Sorry, I'm old, bro. Now that you can't stalk her Twitter likes no more. What is, help me? I'm old. What you do? Oh, what you do now that you can't stalk her Twitter likes no more. Oh, what you do? Okay, he's crying. He's upset. Wow. Okay, wow, very deep. In 2022, we had a romantic homicide. In 2024, we have a wildflower. I'm going to skip this one because I'm going to get copyrighted for the music. Okay. When your card declines at therapy and they bring in that one Hello Kitty girl you met in 2021. Oh, and she was wearing Hello Kitty pants. Okay, he like falls over.
Hello.
Situationship core. Is this his song? Is this his music?
I just needed a friend.
Damn. Fuck. He was said to have met her in 2021. Okay. And then the Hello Kitty pants is because that's what she was said to have been wearing. Damn, bro. Ridiculous. So sad. What a devastating situation. Really, like what a just so devastating. This is so, it's so dark, you know?
I just have to think that, you know, she didn't want to get caught. She knew that maybe her parents wouldn't approve, you know, someone in her life wouldn't approve. So she seems to be, you know, hiding her face just a bit.
Yeah, you mentioned that you had to dig up some things when it comes to this case and understanding more about the people involved. We were able to obtain an interview that David did. It's undated. It's from the past. But we want to just take a look at that because that's going to help people understand who maybe don't or haven't ever seen him before or followed him on TikTok or heard his music. Here's a listen.
I rock with New York heavy. I love that place so much. And I was in New York 7 years of my life. I moved to Texas when I was like 8 years old. And then after that, I was homeschooled. So I didn't really I wasn't shaped by my environment whatsoever. It was mostly just, I was such an internet kid. The internet is really what I claim as my home. Like, if you ask me where I'm from, I say the internet. Because I was just online every day, doing my schoolwork, making songs, making a video, being a YouTuber, content creator, posting TikToks, posting on Instagram. Like, that's really my neighborhood was Instagram and the society was the internet. You know what I'm saying? So I'm very appreciative and grateful for the art that comes out of Houston and the art that comes out of New York, but it hasn't shaped my artistry at all.
No, Chet says, oh no, homeschooling and the internet? That's me. Not all of us who were homeschooled on the internet turned out to be serial killers or / murderers or / abusers. And just like real life, there are predators everywhere. Okay. All right.
Lauren Conlon, thank you so much for all of your insight on this. I know we'll be checking in with you as this case develops. We want to bring in our think tank now, who we have standing by to talk about all these details. What do they mean in this investigation? We have with us criminal defense attorney Josh Colesrud. We also have former law enforcement officer and host of the Strong Enough podcast, Claudia King, and private investigator.
Wait, Chat says, did the internet create this though? Like it must have had a part in it? You know, people murdered their girlfriends before the internet, y'all. Right? We do know men have been murdering women since the beginning. Like, it's not the internet. Because it's not like murder started when the internet came. Okay? Like, the question is, we have to go even before that. We have to say, okay, obviously people are murdering each other. Why do people murder each other? You know? It's not like the internet. Chet said, but maybe like an accelerator? No. I refuse. I fully refuse to engage in a reality that the internet or the way we consume information is really why the world sucks. I just think the internet exposed it. I don't think it added to it. I think the illusion that it added to it is the thing people don't radically accept. We've always had a loneliness epidemic. People have always struggled. Economies have always shifted. Wars have always happened. Genocides have always gone unchecked. The patriarchy has always existed. Like, racism has always been a thing. Like, I think we are convinced that it's something else except ourselves. It's us. We are the problem. It's not the internet. It's not anything. It's us. Us. You know, I feel like we are so ashamed of ourselves that we don't take responsibility and change the world for the better because we'd first have to hold ourselves accountable. It's us. The world is a reflection of us. Like, name a time in history that was better than this. Never. There's never been a better time in history. This is the best time and this is the best we can do. Now think about that. Think about the fact that this is the best time to be alive and be a person. And you feel it's pretty bad right now. It's not like the greatest. Now imagine what it must have been like before, you know? All right, let's go to this interview, see if they can give us anything interesting.
Lauren Vellucci is with us. Great to see you all. Josh, let me start with you. Your thoughts about where we are in the investigation in this case and all of these unusual coincidences.
Yeah, I'm confused. Like, why hasn't he been arrested? Is he arrested just for questioning? Like, I assume they're questioning him.
That seem to be stacking up against the singer.
Well, they're certainly at the beginning, and in any violent criminal case, there's no such thing as coincidence. Now, every coincidence is circumstantial evidence. They're a data point that points at motive. And here,
okay, well, it's been a coincidence that his lyrics, his collabs with her, the tattoo, these are a lot of coincidences.
you know, one of the main pieces of evidence, obviously, is the body, but also the Tesla. You know, the Tesla is like a...
The Tesla is registered to David. So let me just, okay, your car is registered to yourself and it disappears or was abandoned. Did David report the car missing? Did he know where his car was? How is my car about to disappear? And anybody have the details on that? Anybody have the details? Did he report the car missing?
Supercomputer, and it's going to be able to tell investigators so much about the timeline. And the timeline in this case is particularly important because of when the body was found and also where David may have been at the time that it was found. So that's going to be really important. Also, you know, I'm really looking forward to hearing from the toxicology analyst to see, you know, was this an overdose or was there some type of poison or foul play involved? Also, we haven't heard much about the...
I didn't think about that. Maybe they were partying too hard and she died in his care and he panicked and put her body away. So he maybe unintentionally killed her, right? Like maybe that happened. Wow, I didn't think about that.
You know, the cause of death other than it's pending. You know, one of the things I also noticed was that, you know, David's representative said that he is cooperating, but what we didn't hear was he didn't do it. We didn't hear that he had nothing to do with this. We didn't hear...
Oh yeah, and definitely still guilty, by the way. You gave a minor drugs, she overdosed in your care, you're absolutely in trouble. Like, oh yeah, just like Sarah Lynn, is this a BoJack situation? Absolutely 100% responsible for her death, right? He is responsible. He's the legal adult in the room. He was she was under his care, like all of it. So he's 100% responsible.
That he didn't know her, which is kind of what you'd expect.
Wait, what?
He had nothing to do with cooperating, but what we didn't hear was he didn't do it. We didn't hear that he had nothing to do with this. We didn't hear that he didn't know her, which is kind of what you'd expect to hear from somebody who had nothing to do with a violent crime. So I think that, you know, David is doing what he should be doing, which is lawyering up and canceling his tour and taking this seriously. But I think there's smoke here, and we're going to find out really soon if there's fire.
Yeah. Now, okay, I want to show this really fast for more context. Discord shared this. Allegedly June 24th, 2024. Can anyone tell me if the girl in the pink pants is Celeste? I mean, it looks like her for sure. I mean, that definitely looks like her, right? Yeah. I'm face blind. You can't ask me these questions, but it looks like her to me. I don't know. Okay, go back to the video. Yeah, see, look at, doesn't that look like the same girl? That looks like the same girl, right?
Cause of death still pending. That's an important point to bring out, Josh, because we don't know many of the details. But Claudia, I want to ask you about this. We have from ABC 7 Eyewitness News. They reported these details about this search of the home where he's connected to. A Hollywood Hills home where he had been living was searched overnight. Law enforcement sources told ABC News on Thursday as authorities investigate the death of a teenage girl whose body was found in the trunk of a Tesla registered to the 20-year-old singer. A search warrant was executed at this home. The singer doesn't own it, but had been staying at it, sources said. Now, Los Angeles Police Department detectives, they were seen taking a computer and several other items out of the home. Los Angeles police confirmed Thursday that the search warrant was in connection to the death of the teenager Celeste. Claudia, what do you think about where we are in this case?
Yeah, I totally agree with what Josh said. There's definitely smoke here, and I think there's a lot that has to be done by law enforcement. When you look at both the vehicle, which is registered to him, but also the house, you know, he can very easily say, well, there's a bunch of people under the umbrella of my organization, and so, you know, so-and-so was driving it, or so-and-so had this, or this other person was at the house. So I think there is a lot to go through, and they're going to have to likely eliminate a lot of people.
Discord is saying he did not report it missing. Maybe he said it was missing or stolen, but no, there was no report of it missing, because that's, I mean, how is that not? That's great. Your car, your Tesla, how much you pay for that Tesla? Your Tesla goes missing, and you're not like, even on social media, like, anybody seen my car? My car is missing. Like, that seems crazy. That seems obviously like he's trying to hide something.
If it really is David and they want to get the case to go to the jury and get a guilty verdict, there is a lot of work to be done.
Lauren, when you're hearing the details.
What? Discord said his rented home was $20K a month. Chat says it was abandoned and towed. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That feels like that is that exactly. It's very clear. Exactly, Discord. Like, you abandoned your Tesla. And so because it was abandoned, I assumed it got towed because somebody eventually called on it or was in the way, or they were moving cars that day and just happened to come across the body. Like, that's crazy. That means he was hoping that nobody would find that car for like 10, 20 years. Right? Is that like the implication? What?
So if someone reported missing a while ago and the body being found decomposed and dismembered, what sort of things do you think these law enforcement detectives are looking for inside of that home, especially if a long time has passed?
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be taking apart drains to see if she was possibly dismembered in the bathtub. They're going to be looking for bones, tissue samples.
Oh, God damn. Discord said apparently it was abandoned in the same spot for 3 weeks, towed, and then impounded, and then workers started to smell something foul. Oh, damn. That's crazy. They're going to check the bathtub for remnants of her body. Ugh.
And they are specifically looking for blood evidence, I've been told, in this case, in the home to place her there. This is a crazy case. It makes no sense to me. To me, in my opinion, it screams some kind of a mental break, because when you dismember someone, you're doing it for a reason, to go ahead and discard them somewhere, but then you're going to just not do that and abandon your car a few blocks away from your home. It's just very strange, but I have no doubt that, you know, where there's smoke, there's fire, like the rest of the panel said. So it's not looking good for David here.
Josh, final question about the age gap here and the age of the victim. Even if the charges don't come out with homicide, do you think there could be potentially other charges that could be connected to this case?
Yes, so they're going to be looking at through the victim's phone, assuming they find it, but also David's phone. And if there's any evidence whatsoever that he was having any type of sexual contact with her, I have no doubt that there will be some type of sex abuse charges that are brought alongside the homicide if it's proven that he had anything to do with it.
All right, Think Tank, thank you so much. We will continue.
It's freaking devastating. Okay, let's see, Discord. Thank you. So is that her shoe? I clean people's shoes as a side hustle? Is this her shoe? Okay, interesting. So then look at this. This is from the LA Times. Okay, so just to clarify, because I want a better understanding of what's happening here. So Celeste Bot, this was posted yesterday. Oh, updated September 25th, though, this morning. So Celeste's body was found September 8th, a day after her 15th birthday, but the cause of her death has not been released by LA County's medical examiner's office. Celeste's severely decomposed remains were found after complaints of a foul odor coming from the impounded vehicle at the tow yard. The vehicle is registered to 20-year-old singer David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke. The Tesla was parked in the Hollywood Hills near a rented home where Burke was staying. Oh, what? He has been on national tour since the start of the summer and was set to leave the country for the European leg of his tour, but several dates had been canceled following the discovery of Celeste's remains. The case is being investigated by robbery homicide detectives with the Los Angeles Police Department. Wait. The Tesla was parked in the Hollywood Hills near a rental home where Burke was staying. So does that mean somebody was supposed to move the car, but that it got impounded? like somebody was maybe in charge of moving the car back and forth. So the car was near his property. So it wasn't even abandoned. It was just parked. Was it towed because like a street cleaner came or something? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like if it's near the home he was renting, right? Or did they mean just near, like a couple miles and like near? I don't know what the near means. Since the discovery, photos and videos of Burke and Celeste have circulated online as his fans and online sleuths have speculated about her connection to the singer. Burke maintained a consistent presence online, on streaming and other social media apps as his fame grew, prompting fans to dig through numerous posts and videos looking for any connection between the singer and Celeste, including messages and times she appeared along Burke in videos. Celeste grew up in Lake Elsinore. Oh, shout out Lake Elsinore. Oh, rest in peace, bro. I'm from Southern California. Rest in Lake Elsinore. That's where I went skydiving 3 times. Okay? About 76 miles from Hollywood, where the Tesla has been parked before it was towed. She was in the 7th grade. When she was first reported missing. She was in the 7th grade and her family reported her missing at least 3 times in 2024. Oh, man. Despite online speculation, there are still a few official Despite much online speculation, there are still a few official connections between the singer and the girl. Sources say detectives are trying to sort it out. Neither Celeste's family nor Burke's representatives have commented. Officials have not determined a cause of death and have not declared this a homicide investigation. Pourquoi? An autopsy will likely determine a cause, but it's unclear when that work will be complete. What? What do you mean? What do you mean it's not a homicide? Like, what? Celeste has been reported missing last year from Lake Elsinore home, but it's unclear where her movements were in the weeks and months before her death. What? Okay, says he's working with the police. What? Chet says, yes, they met when she was 11, allegedly online. Oh my God. Oh my God. How exhausting. How awful. Just hate it. I hate it. Wow. The internet is so autistic, bro. Look at us with our little timelines. Look at us with every detail of the timelines. All these people. Look at these people. Here are some other dates of the car. You guys, if you put this much energy towards getting a job, you would have houses. No, I'm sorry. It's a little funny. It's a little funny that, like, the amount of effort we put into digging up people's history on the internet, you guys could be journalists. You could actually get a job. It's so funny. Confirmed timeline of events, 2002 to 2025. September 7th, 2022, David releases Romantic Homicide on Celeste's 12th birthday. On her 12th birthday. October 23rd, David and Celeste's first public appearance. September 7th, David posts birthday suicide on Discord on Celeste's birthday. So allegedly, he posts music on her birthday, which is obsessively crazy and just the weirdest thing ever. I thought it was crazy that they wanted to make George Floyd's birthday Charlie Kirk Day until I figured out they shared a birthday. And now it makes sense why Charlie Kirk hated George Floyd. He didn't want to share a birthday with somebody. It gives the same energy. Y'all are so weird. There's a weirdness to it. It's a little bit of a joke for everyone wondering. I'm making a little bit of a joke on Charlie Kirk's expense, at his expense. Okay. Let's see. September 8th, David releases EP titled The Lost Petals. December 13th, David posts picture with Celeste in Discord. December 23rd, David releases song entitled Celeste. January 11th, David goes live with Celeste. February 7th, David posts a TikTok saying, when the therapist brings out the Hello Kitty girl. Oh, we saw that TikTok. February 14th, Celeste runs away. That's Valentine's Day. Early March 2024, Celeste comes back home April 5th. And then 2024, Celeste runs away, never returns home. Last seen in a black hoodie and Hello Kitty slides. June 7th, 2024, David posts TikTok on with Celeste's hand. Okay, June 27th, 2024, Celeste is seen backstage with David. We saw that TikTok. Okay, July 7th, 2024, David says him and deleted user have a kid on the way on Discord. Deleted user is when you delete your, the Discord and the Discord replaces your tag name with deleted user, which I assume is Celeste's username maybe. No cohesive evidence has been She was seen alive since then. Text messages between friends exist, but no concrete evidence. I wonder if it has to do with a baby. People really do kill their pregnant partners because they panic about the baby coming. You know, at first they're like excited and elated, and then they panic and they double down and they realize the consequences, and then they, you know what I mean? But I don't know. David, September 2024, David gets this tattoo. Celeste was found with a matching one. February 2nd, David posts a video of him cleaning Celeste's shoes. April 25th, David releases album titled Withered. July 4th, 2025, David is hanging out with another girl named Celeste, captured on stream. Okay, so there's 2 Celestes. Jesus. This picture from Discord says, she lied about her age. She said she was 19. Brother, in what world? Can you not tell this is a kid? Bro, this picture of Celeste, if this is what she looked like when they met, that's crazy to even think for a second this could have been a grown-up. This is literally a child. She doesn't even look old enough to have her cycle. She literally looks like a child. What are we even talking about? What? That's crazy. Not that you can't get your cycle as early as 10 or 9, but I'm saying like this looks like this is a kid, bro. Chat says, okay, there are 2 Celestes. So there's the Celeste Herrera and our Celeste Hernandez or Rivas. So there's 2 Celestes. Okay. Oh my gosh. You know? Why are you laughing? Wait, chat, is there a troll in chat? Why are you laughing at the word cycle? That's not funny. That's disgusting. That's to indicate how young she is. That's what it's called. And also, I didn't get my cycle till I was 12. I don't know why you're laughing about that, but I might block you if you're being rude towards the victim. Okay? All right, let's see. Okay, so he hung out with the other girl, Celeste, on stream. Okay. Time unknown, around June or July of 2025, Celeste Herrera, the other one, is seen wearing Celeste Hernandez's hoodie, the last thing her family ever saw her in. What? She was wearing her other Celeste sweater? July 30th, 2025, David throws funeral for his alter ego. Oh, maybe David didn't do it. Maybe his other alter ego did it. Maybe that's the story he's telling himself, you know? July 30th, David throws funeral. Okay, August 5th, 2025. Oh, man. David starts his Withered tour September 2nd, 2005. David's car is brought to tow yard. September 8th, Celeste's body is discovered. And September 8th, LAPD announces that the body was found in a bag in the front trunk of David's Tesla. Multiple news sources say body is dismembered. As of now, police are unable to rule it as a homicide, and there are no longer comments about her being dismembered. And David has not been arrested. Okay, so I guess there is some issue with the word dismembered. I think people are struggling with it because it might not be as accurate as we thought initially. And we'll have to wait and see if he gets arrested. What's this, Discord?
This David and Celeste story just keeps getting more and more strange. And today I'm going to update you on one of the most strange developments that I've seen on social media around this situation. And I'm going to share with you a very bizarre theory.
Who is this? Trapmore Ross? Is this a good video, or is this video has more about Celeste 2 if you want to know? Let's see.
That may well be one of the only saving graces for David. And I'm not condoning anything. I'm not trying to give him an out. I'm not trying to give him, it's not really an excuse, but
is this a good video, like with good data, or is this just like a theory?
This could be a potential defense. There could be some confusion going on. And what I'm seeing on a lot of Reddit posts is that there is apparently 2 Celestes. So Celeste obviously being the name of the young girl.
Okay, this is about the second Celeste.
Lost her life. She would have been 15.
Is he going to say David is like talking about the older Celeste, not the younger Celeste? Because the younger, isn't the point that the younger one is, wait, Discord said he's a misogynist, but he has good coverage. Oh, great. Oh, brother. Apparently, there's just more information in this video. Okay, let's see.
She was found. It's highly likely that she lost her life before her 15th birthday. So she would have been 14 when she lost her life and had her life taken away from somebody in a very heartless fashion. But obviously, there's been all this talk about this relationship.
Hold on. A lot of people are saying he might not be trustworthy. Here's my dilemma. The reason I pulled up news sources of some kind and not YouTubers was because I don't trust YouTubers not to capitalize on this and to talk about it as if they're investigators. And I know the internet is the one putting it together. but it is one of those things I'm hesitating to support any quote independent YouTubers as like resources, because that's how misinformation spread about Charlie Kirk and everything. Is like too many people with too many theories came out. So I just want to remind people that I am just here to review the news and react how I feel, but I am in no way reporting about this story because I don't have that kind of knowledge to report on that story. So if you guys have any more Reddit lists or Reddit logs or news clips about it, I will be okay watching that, but I don't want to watch like a YouTuber talk about it. Does anyone have any like news sources on it? Again, I just, given everything that's happened in the last couple weeks, and as much as it's fine to watch YouTubers in private or even as entertainment, just for the sake of this segment here on my channel, I don't think that's really necessary. But I think that's really the update we have here. So I think we should skip now talking about the story itself, because I'm not a true crime channel, and talk about it philosophically. How do we get to a situation where a young girl is in the hands of an older man and dies, well, in his care, let's say, allegedly? How did we get here? So obviously we know there seems to be a pattern of young, vulnerable people, often female or femme, in community with celebrity status men who feel it is a part of them winning to have women on their arms or femme people on their arms. And there was this fantasy growing up of groupies, like following bands around, becoming the boyfriend. You're in the crowd and hoping the guy will notice you and pick you out of the crowd and, make you his girlfriend. And I think, we have to learn that the reason I think we're trying to deconstruct this and talk about it is because it's just so dangerous for people. It's just so dangerous for people that we encourage these parasocial relationships and we encourage the attachment, And it's hard because you want to put down the boundary, but it also can hurt people. Even myself, you guys know, recently I had to put down a really hard boundary with people in my audience, a person in my audience who, I was kind of worried would turn into a stalker. And I had to block some people who were like, "You're so mean to a fan. I can't believe you do this to a fan." You should be thanking me for not being a crazy YouTuber who takes advantage of her fans. But instead, you punish me for putting down boundaries after somebody basically is so inappropriate, it's borderline stalking, right? And that's because we live in such a dangerous, unsafe world. And it's so difficult because people want to make you their superhero. And people like David take advantage of that, allegedly. People in positions of power like Diddy take advantage of that, allegedly. People in positions of power, Charles Manson, take advantage of you, allegedly. Charles Manson never killed Sharon Tate. And yet he's sitting in prison. So remember that it's so important that when you see people putting down boundaries, it's for the safety of everybody. But this is why I think there's such a romanticization over the parasocial relationship of like, but I'm going to be special. The vampire, the serial killer, the pirate, they're going to kidnap and rape and pillage everybody else. But for me, I'm the chosen one. That's why so many stories are like kidnapped by the pirate, but it's the good pirate. And then I think that's also why we settle for these really toxic and abusive relationships, because we think, oh, this was what love was supposed to be. Isn't this what love was supposed to be? And what pains me is I don't know how involved her parents were, and I'm not blaming her parents, but I would say that more or less there seems to be a dilemma or a disconnect between the responsibility that the parents were either engaging in or not engaging in and keeping Celeste safe. But I don't want to add to their tragedy because they just found out their daughter is dead. So maybe these are the best parents in the whole world who are trying their best and they just lost control and didn't know how to help their kid. Or maybe they were the most neglectful parents in the world who never cared about their daughter. But since I don't know that, I'm going to take the optimistic route and assume that they are devastated. Because I think even kind of the worst parents would be. But maybe not. I'm sure there are some parents who wouldn't even notice their kid has died. But it's sad. And it's just a devastating situation. And what's crazier is if, and I know we don't think about it this way, but since my family is riddled with child marriages and stuff like that, it's so obviously clear to me that we aren't ready to have a very serious conversation about the 12-year-old and the 18-year-old, the 15-year-old and the 18-year-old. Because it's difficult for us to understand how our kids even got here. But to be honest with you, every time I look, I know a specific story about a specific person who who kept engaging with people just a few years younger, but the few years was that line, you know, that 18, 17 line. And they were just a few years older. Okay. So it was like a 3-year age gap, but the age gap was there and they knew each other their whole life growing up. So there's that element of knowing this person and growing up with them, which makes the age gap less of an issue. And yet the reason they even couldn't wait, the reason they couldn't even wait until that person turned 18 is because in their human brain, they didn't understand the reasoning. It wasn't computing because they were never taught to keep young people safe. We were never taught to keep young people safe. We were never taught to think about how a 3-year age gap, though I know it doesn't sound like that big of a deal, is actually kind of significant in a sense, because it's an indication that you outside of high school who've had a few years above this person didn't actually leave high school. When I graduated high school, I never turned back. I never had high school friends. I never looked back. I never even thought about it. Right? I mean, I'd go back to visit old teachers at most, but I never even thought about visiting high school to see friends in high school because I didn't have friends that were in high school when I graduated. Once I graduated, that was it. You know what I mean? The only people I might have seen on campus were my siblings because they were going to the same high school. And I think sometimes we forget that. So I know animalistically, like our brain doesn't compute why it matters, but that's why your parents have to teach you why it matters. It's why we have to do it, okay? We have to teach our kids, you need to keep people safe. And I know you're going to have these biological urges. I know you're going to have these like instincts that tell you like this makes sense. It doesn't. Even today, this morning, watching Seinfeld, I'm rewatching the show and I told you guys the episode of Jerry and George looking at a teenager's chest. And this not only was written, not only aired, but Jerry defended it in the show as like, what does age have to do with anything? That is how insidiously it starts. That is how it starts. It's normalized in media. It's humorized in media. And I'm not saying you can't find, well, first of all, I think that episode should never have been made. So that's kind of a caveat. But it's to say that it's so normalized that it's not even that big of a deal. And Jerry Seinfeld infamously dated a high schooler. So we know it's not that abnormal. Now, Celeste and David had only so much of an age gap. Jerry Seinfeld, how old was Jerry Seinfeld when he dated the high schooler? I think he was in his 30s. He was 38 when she was 17. He was older than me. I am 2 years away from 38. He was older than me, dating a 17-year-old, according to a really quick Google. According to a really cool Google search. Okay? Some of the years might be off, but that's what Google says really quick. Okay? Just process that information. I don't even know if I know anybody in high school. Do I even know anybody's little siblings in high school? Slaying, welcome to memberships. Welcome, welcome. This is why it's so devastating, right? This is why I'm devastated, I think, for the victims. I'm so devastated for them because the adults aren't protecting them. Nobody has their back. No one's trying to keep them safe. And this is why, even with my own family, as I try to break these generational curses, and I try to break this generational trauma, and I try to make a difference, I say this with absolutely no regret and absolutely no negativity. I am really alone in this battle. And that's okay. But I am truly the only one. And that is surreal. I am the singular person in my family unit. Okay? Now, to be fair, there is technically a secondary sibling who's doing it, but since they don't talk to the family, it doesn't count because them taking a stand isn't in the same exact way. But I am the singular sibling who's making the decision to make it abundantly clear. And you know what? Probably won't change anything. The only thing it will change, and this is my hope, and this is what I want you to hold on to. My only hope for change is that my nieces and nephews notice and they call me when they need me. They call me when they're in that type of a situation because I might be the only family member who can come and get them. That I might be the only adult in their space who will actually believe them and listen to them. And that's who I do it for. Because I know for a fact, one day those kids are going to get grown. They're going to find my YouTube channel. They'll be like, what is Auntie Brittany doing on the internet? And they're going to know when they watch me that Auntie Brittany will always be there. No adult will ever be the reason I don't pick up your phone call. Okay? And that's the one thing I think growing up that the kids in my family didn't have. I didn't have it. You know, I don't think any of these people have it now. And so we do it for the kids. We do it so when they need to make that call, we pick up. And that's the point. You know, Chess says, how do you engage or how do you connect with nieces and nephews without engaging in the family? Or is your situation unique because you're a public figure? Well, it's unique because I'm a public figure, but I'm also still in contact with some of the kids, but not all the kids. So the truth is that a big part of why I do my YouTube channel, the way I signal, is for the kids. I know one day they're going to find me. It's my biggest hope. Well, maybe I don't know, but my biggest hope is one day they will find me. So the kids, some of the kids I have access to and some of the kids I don't, when those kids are grown enough and they're curious enough and they go sneak on the internet without their parents knowing and they find me, I want them to hear these messages. This is for them. I want them to be like, oh, she's thinking about us, even though I haven't talked to this woman. She's thinking about us. Because at the end of the day, like they are us. You know, they are us. And we are now the elders that we remember looking up to. I'm my older cousin now. I'm my auntie. I'm my uncle. Like, I had such a interesting childhood where I really recognize the elders in my community. And I just need to know that those kids know that I see them and I'm waiting for them. You know, they don't have to reach out, but I'm here if they need me. And that's kind of the point, you know? So when I see Celeste, I see somebody who was so neglected by the adults in her life, whether they intended to or not. Not one single adult was able to protect this girl. And that should make you feel so powerless. That should make you feel something. You know, you should feel something that no matter what you did, you couldn't protect a kid, bro. That's so sad. That's just so sad. Just devastating, you know? So we have to remember, before we bring a consciousness into the universe, please consider that you are their lifeline. Okay? You are the difference between them having a chance and not having a chance. Now, you are not the guarantee, and some children, despite who their parents are, become amazing people. But it sure would help if you could support these kids. It sure would help, you know? Just devastating. Oh my God. Oh, okay. Do we have any thoughts or questions or comments about this topic before we take a break and then we'll move on? Oh, I'm so angry for her. Oh, I'm so angry for her. Oh. Just devastating. Discord said, I really feel bad for her brother. Oh, I didn't think about her siblings. Oh, that's devastating. That's so hard. Oh, that's so hard. Just awful. Awful. I didn't even think about her sibling. Oh. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Let's take like a 3 to 5 minute stretch break. Let's recalibrate our feelings because I feel really big feelings right now. We'll come back. We'll talk about forgiveness. Some of you on the Discord asked me to talk about Dr. Kirkonda. He reviewed Ned and Ariel Vollmer from the Try Guys, and he has a section about forgiveness, and you guys wanted me to cover it because I talked about forgiveness the other day, and I think it'd be a really great cleanse before you move on to the other topics today, okay? I'll be right back. Hello, hello, hello. Stopping music in 1, 2, 3. Big stop. Hello, everyone. All right. Did everyone get a nice little stretch there? I went and put away the bread I made. Though I noticed a big slice of bread was missing. I made extra today for my partner. So at least I know. Well, hopefully it was them and not Indiana. Because let me tell you the story. Yesterday, no, 2-3 days ago, whenever, a few days ago, who knows when. I put a piece of warm bread on the table, turned around for a second, turned back around, and Indiana had gotten the bread, thrown it onto the ground, and was licking it. And I said, girl, oh, ma'am. Anyways, so today, to cool the bread down, I put it in a place I hoped she couldn't reach. God knows, she could have, honestly. Who knows? You never know with these cats, bro. They're so good at getting places. But anyways, I came out to the kitchen, some of the bread was gone, and I was like, okay, well, that's good, because I made it for him. But, you know, and she doesn't even like the bread. That's what I'm saying. There's no way she likes it, you know? Chet said, what kind of bread? It's just a flatbread, like a white flatbread, you know what I mean? I'm a very simple girly with my breads, you know? I grew up my whole life making bread with my mom, but we never made like toast. We always made flat cheese bread or Assyrian bread or, you know, I just like a flat white bread. I chop leek and I chop hot spicy peppers and I put them in the bread dough. I put garlic, salt, MSG. Maybe if I want something different, I'll put something different, but that's basically the basics. I throw that into the dough and then of course it's like, you know, I don't know. It's like easy. It's like simple. I also just, you know, I could eat bread all the time. Oh, all the time. I love bread. It's so good. It's just so easy too. And it's so much more inexpensive. Like flour here is so cheap compared to, you know, just buying bread. So you'll spend €1 on a croissant or something, or you can spend €2 on a whole bag of flour and make like, you know what I mean? How much bread? So much bread. Okay. Now, my Discord asked me to review Dr. Kirk Honda's review, just this section about forgiveness in relation to Ned and Ariel Fulmer. So we already reviewed this. So this is, you remember this video, the guy with the voice, okay? We already reviewed this. But Dr. Kirk Honda in this section talks about forgiveness, and I talk about forgiveness. So I thought I would love to watch this. Thank you, Discord, for asking me to do it. Let's watch this segment about forgiveness and see what our thoughts are.
Here. You know, that's all is forgiven here.
No, like people ask me, like, do you forgive Ned for what he did? And I mean, the answer is no, absolutely not.
Right. So I came up with the following definition in my deep dive on apologies. You can listen to that if you're a patron of the podcast. But I came up with this after reading the clinical literature, after also reading layperson literature and thinking about it clinically myself with my clients, and also thinking about forgiveness and apologies as a human being. Forgiveness is an intentional process that eventually results in a decision to end one's negative attitudes and feelings towards the transgressor regarding a particular transgression. So let's break this down. An intentional process, meaning that it's a process that takes time and it's a choice that you make. You intend to do it. It's not
Okay, pause. This is so important and key. So I use the Mayo Clinic's definition of forgiveness, which I really love as well. But the key here is that intention. We can talk about this in relation to introspection, extrospection. It has to be intentional. It has to be a process, right? Some people saw my video on forgiveness and got pretty upset. And they were like, so you want me to forgive my assaulter? I want you to let go of the bitterness that made you type this comment in my comment section. That's what I want. I want for you to hear me talk about forgiveness and it not trigger you into thinking that I'm telling you to make good with your assaulter. I want you to let go of the trap that you're in, that you did not put yourself in, but that you keep yourself in because you don't know how to get out. Okay? That's what I want for you.
Thing that just sort of happens. And it's also not usually, particularly with larger transgressions, it's not something that you just decide in the moment. It's a process that you go down. It's sort of like grief. So an intentional process that
just like introspection, it's intentional. It's a process. It doesn't happen overnight. You don't wake up and you're like, I'm healed. I wake up, I know myself. It's a process.
Eventually results in the decision to end one's negative attitudes and feelings towards the transgressor about that particular transgression.
which does not mean that person now has to be in your life or be your friend. Also, this is the thing about introspection, and actually Britt Hartley and I talk about it in our collab coming up, is we talk about the idea that the issue with the atheist debate bros on the internet is they're not having that embodied process of introspection. They're not having it. So we talk about having it ourselves as people raised women, as people who went through the world as women, as people who had this relationship with being a woman, because we felt like we went through an embodied process. It feels like the boys are intellectualizing everything. And in forgiveness and healing, it's an embodied experience. It's both. It starts here, it ends here. And a lot of people just don't know the difference because they're so up here. You're so up here. And this is okay. This is good. This is the start. But it has to be in here. Otherwise, you'll think you're healed. You'll think you're better. And then, you know what I mean? You'll go through it. And again, it's not about being perfect. Being healed does not mean you won't be triggered. Being healed does not mean you won't be upset. Being healed does not mean people won't upset you. Being healed does not mean you won't have nightmares. Being healed is just being on the other side of holding on to like constant anger and bitterness about the world or the people around you. Okay? Just referencing Vinland Saga once again, this idea that there are no enemies. No one has any enemies. That is said by a man who lived as a warrior and murdered people and gave it all up to find peace by making family. And he realized after great process that he had no enemies. Yet he had lived his whole life thinking he had. And yet his son would have to go through the same journey of realizing he has no enemies. Because we all have to go through the process. We all have to recognize we have no enemies. And that includes the enemy within ourselves. How many of us were self-loathing? How many of us hated ourselves growing up? You made an enemy out of yourself. And then you want to turn around and look at the world and say, like, why isn't the world a better place? You can't even love yourself. So it has to start with us. We have to become, we have to find symbiosis within ourselves. And so it emanates out. Okay.
So you can forgive someone about one transgression, but not others. So that's the definition. Now, it's important to note that forgiveness can occur regardless of the transgressor asking for forgiveness. So say someone hurt you and then they die before they ever apologize, you can still go down an intentional process of eventually resulting in not having negative feelings and attitudes about that transgression towards that person. Also, forgiveness can be granted or decided upon. And you know, we have those language like we grant forgiveness, we give someone forgiveness, but you don't have to even see it that way. You can forgive for your own reasons, not as a gift to the other person.
Exactly. It's not a gift to the abuser. It's not a gift for the transgressor. It's a gift for yourself. You're doing it for you. You're not doing it for them. They in no way have to know about it or benefit from it. And when they come to you and ask for forgiveness, if you've forgiven them, let's say, like this happened in my own life with my dad, where it took him 20 years to apologize for something he did. But by the time he apologized, it wasn't for me because I had already forgiven him. It was for him. But that's the thing, is like I had already forgiven him. So, and what I did by forgiving him is I radically accepted that this was his journey and this is mine. And we just came in contact. That's how I look at the world. I look at the world as like floating energy balls that happen to knock into one another. And as much as I'd like to believe that people could do better or be better, we're only so able. We're so limited. We're so, we give ourselves so much credit and not enough credit. And it's this weird balancing act, right? There's like this weird balancing act.
You can also forgive someone who doesn't deserve to be forgiven. That's just up to you. Also, forgiveness can be internal and private, but it can also be expressed to the transgressor or to the public. It's important to note that forgiveness is different from forgetting. Those are different things. Or approving. Definitely forgiveness is almost never approving of the behavior because it's transgression. Also, forgiveness does not necessarily mean re-engaging. So she could forgive him and still not want to be with him anymore, that kind of thing. Also, it's important to note that in our culture, we have a lot of pressures from either side. You will have people pressuring her to forgive because it's the Christian thing to do, or it's the thing to do because otherwise you're holding on, you're not letting go, you're choosing to be angry and bitter or something like that. That's not the case. Forgiveness, those things can get in the way of one's forgiveness, but that's a choice that you can make for yourself. If she wanted to remain bitter and angry and not forgive him and quote unquote hold on to this for the rest of her life, that would be fine. And there's nothing harmful to her or anyone else around her to make that choice. That's case by case basis.
Okay. I will caveat this by saying he is talking as a psychologist and a therapist and a doctor. And I am speaking as somebody who's interested in philosophical work and is not speaking from his bubble. Psychologically speaking, you cannot force the forgiveness nor force the healing. And she is not a bad person for having an experience of suffering until the day she dies. I personally will disagree with the wording here respectfully, as I do respect Dr. Kirkhonda. And I will say instead that I implore and encourage you to also give yourself the reassurance that you're allowed to heal and you're allowed to let it go. And it's not going to make you a strong woman by keeping it. Because one of the things that I saw were people praising her for not forgiving him. And it felt like a trap where people were like, yes, hate him. I hate him too. And I just am not convinced this is good for anybody. And so I don't think Dr. Kirkhonda is exactly saying that. I think he's talking about a more realistic expectation that you don't always get over stuff. And you're not a bad person because of it. And I agree with him in that way. On the other side, though, to the people in the audience who were, I could just see them like, fuck that guy. I hate Ned. I hope he, whatever. That's not girl bossing. That's not healthy. That's not it. So I just want to separate those messages because I have a feeling the person who asked me to review this maybe was thinking that this would be the disconnect between Dr. Kirkhonda and I. But I think I'm right. I could be wrong, but I think I'm assessing correctly where he's coming from and why he's saying that. Because sometimes in life, you don't know, healing is a lifelong journey. And you just don't know how it's going to go for you. And it's not a competition. And your goal is not to be the youngest healed person, okay? Your goal is not to say, well, Brittany did this by 30. I've got to do it by 30. That's not the goal. The goal isn't to say, well, what happens if I don't heal before I die? That's okay. That's okay. You're working on it, You're working on it.
But you also get pressure from the other side that will say that she should never forgive him because to do so would be to approve of it or to have a bad, to be a bad role model for other people who have been a victim of this sort of thing. And no one can tell her what she should do about this. So she has not forgiven him. Okay.
How can you forgive somebody for lying to you, for cheating on you? No, fuck no.
So from that statement, it sounds like for her, forgiveness is very much tied to letting it go and re-engaging, which some people will define forgiveness that way, which is fine. But it doesn't have to involve that. You can forgive and absolutely remember what that person did to you and incorporate that into your approach to that relationship.
Like
Definitely.
grieving the past and...
Yeah, I there's that saying, forgive but don't forget. I think it's a little too crass. If I'm going to be honest, it's not soft and wholesome enough for me. Instead, I would say forgive, but be open with boundaries. Open with boundaries. And open with boundaries can include never opening that door again. Right? And I think that's what people forget. They think sometimes people hear open with boundaries and think you're always open to the possibility. No. I'm open with boundaries, which means I am open-minded and optimistic, and I will not be cynical because of what happened, but I have boundaries, and maybe the boundaries, I never talk to you again forever. But I will remain open. I will not be closed off. I will not be bitter. I will not be angry because you are on a different journey. I will simply put down the boundary. And the boundary is what I will do regardless of what you do. Boundaries are what we do, not what other people do. Right?
It's hard to hear you saying like, fuck no, I don't forgive you. But of course I get it. I mean, you're still, as much progress as we've had, you're still very angry.
Discord said, I'm finding you can't really choose to forgive either. Maybe in action, but not in embodiment. It has to come when you're ready. Well, I think this is where, and great point, Discord, I think this is where free will comes into the conversation. I think we're having biological experiences. And I think you're right. I think until you have, it's not your choice to heal. It's not your choice to forgive. It's your choice to go on the journey to head in that direction. And then one day you wake up and you're done. One day you wake up and you've let it go. And one day you've woken up, and what it is, it's your choice to start the process. It's a process. And the only thing you get to really choose is like starting that process. But even then, I would argue and I'm going to hold your hand when I say this. I would also argue that you don't even get to choose when to start the process. That you actually might not have the free will to choose to start the process. But instead, what happens is, oh, let me go back to my paint. I did this the other day, and I think it was one of the greatest paints I've ever done in a while. Let's recreate it. But instead, I think what it looks like is you're going on a journey, and there's two different ones to think about. Let me do this one. Okay, this is how I think about my life. We did another one the other day. Let me do a different one for you today. So this is how I think about my life. I'm going on a path, and there's light that emanates out that clears like a few feet ahead of me, and I can kind of see, but I really can't see what's over here yet. So it's dark to me. So in order to see what my options are, I have to actually keep going, and the light emanates out, and then I can see more of the path, and the light emanates out. But there's dark spots, there's a darkness in between. And so I have to keep walking, which is the choice I'm making. I'm making the choice to at least keep putting one foot in front of the other. But as I walk down the path, new paths open up and light up for me. And every time a new path opens up, because I've walked, now I can make a decision to deviate into a different path. But until I make the choice to take one step, I can't, the light won't come out to shine where the possibility is. And so I won't see it, okay? Like, I won't see it. I'll just be in the dark. And that's what I think about. That's how I think about life. And that's what I want for you. I want you to know that even though you can't, it doesn't feel like you always have a choice in everything you do. You do have choices in something, and you should see that for what it is, which is pretty important. It's pretty important, but it's a part of that process that Dr. Kirkanda, I love that word, process. Yeah. Chad says you can't guarantee how you're going to feel once you get there. Well, have you ever set yourself a goal? Right? Have you ever been like really, really excited about attaining a goal? You're like, once I get this, it's it, baby. And then you get it and nothing changes, or it doesn't get you what you think it's going to get you. That's why you have to let go of the attachment. So instead I say, I'm going to show up, I'm going to do my best, and whatever is, but I'm really going to try. And I'm not going to lie to myself about my level of dedication or intent. But it's the holding on to attachment that you really have to deconstruct from.
Yeah, of course I'm angry.
That's that part of that definition. So when I say an intentional process that eventually results in a decision to end one's negative attitudes and feelings, maybe I should modify that a little bit. It's a choice to end one's negative attitudes and feelings, but it's also kind of a natural change that we go through as we go on that process. But at any rate,
it's like getting over an ex. I didn't choose when to get over my ex, but I chose to walk away from the relationship. And then eventually I woke up one day and he was just the guy I dated one time. He became a stranger again. That's why I'm shocked when people are like, oh, like people from my past couldn't really feel like strangers. Strangers feel like people. When I say a stranger, like the girl who works at my deli is a stranger, but I know who she is, but I don't know who she is. That's what it feels like eventually with an ex, is they just kind of feel like the guy at the supermarket, But I didn't get to choose it. And that's why I knew I wasn't ready to date again until I was over that feeling. Until I woke up and my ex became just another person I dated, I didn't start dating again. Because I knew it wasn't done. But once it was done, I was free. And now I was like this agent who had a past. And it really was the past. It really was the past,
He is saying, I'm still angry. Yes, I'm very angry. So that's that part of it of still having negative feelings about the transgression. And until those feelings go away, or until she's ready to not have those or not entertain those feelings anymore, then she's not ready to forgive.
I found out about your affair from the fans. And I was so blindsided that somebody sent me a picture, and I like, I couldn't. It was like my brain couldn't compute.
That's interesting. I was wondering where she was when she did find out, because it could have gone a lot of different ways. She could have said, I had wondered
I think this is the end of the segment for forgiveness. I just want to make sure before we stop
about it
watching.
all along. I had suspicions, or because you cheated before, it was nothing new, or our relationship was going so bad behind the scenes, or whatever. But it sounds like none of that was true, that it was completely out of the blue, and it didn't compute. And I have worked with a lot of people and their stories. Sometimes I'll have a client who, in between 2 sessions, will have an event like this.
Okay, I think that is the end of that. So just first of all, thank you to the Discord member who asked me to review this. But I think what's really amazing to see, at least for myself, is to see sort of a very clear understanding that, you don't always get to choose when, but you still have a choice in things. You don't have choice in everything you think you have choices in, but the things you do have choices in, you better make those choices. And then the idea is to encourage a relationship with self where the wisdom helps you make those decisions. Not that you have to be a wise person, but that you have moments of wisdom. And sometimes people don't know what I mean when I say this. Like when I say like so-and-so is misogynistic, but they're not a misogynist. So-and-so, it has like racist tendencies or racist thoughts, but they're not racist. There's a difference between being actively one thing and then deconstructing in the middle of a journey and having things pop up because you haven't fully eradicated them from your being. And I think like that's what life is. Life isn't like oh, I was a KKK member and then boop, not racist anymore. It's a process of deconstructing the way you were raised from cloak, out of cloak, right? It's not just like, oh, I was raised religious for 20 years, but I was able to switch it off in a second. Nope, you go through a process of deconstructing away from your religion, right? It's a process, and people want to rush that process. They want to just assume that process is overnight. They want to assume it's so logical, but it doesn't work that way. It's a process and it's a journey and it's very difficult. And unless you have a specific special interest in it, it's probably going to feel really, really not worth it in the moment, but it's always worth it by the end. And that's where, you're sort of, you sort of got to make that choice to keep going. And it's hard. It's hard. It really is hard, Anything else we want to say on this? Let me see. Chad said I had the same reaction when my grandma died. We were so close and I couldn't look at her without seeing her still breathing. Wait, what is this in regards to? I'm so sorry. I read that without thinking. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Did I miss something here? I lost weight and bulked up and I thought I might find love more possible, but it was instead of just finding sex that was easier. It is what it is. Oh, I'll tell you that much. I'm sorry about your grandma. I didn't know the context of you sharing that comment. Sometimes I read comments without thinking, and then I don't know the context. It may be mentioned later about grandmas. It says, Brittany, how do you know when you're just thinking something logically versus embodying the feeling regarding getting over an ex? It depends on what your biological experience is like, to be honest. The denial part. Sorry, I keep going back and forth between chat. I hear you, chatter. You're saying the denial that your grandma was passed and you wanted to imagine she was still breathing. I feel you. How do you know? Well, it's hard to say. Everyone is so different. Have you ever broken up with somebody and you show up to a party and they're at that party and you're kind of hoping they'll look at you and notice you and come talk to you and you miss them and you think about their smell, and when you're with other people, you're just thinking about them and talking about them like they're still a main character in your life? That means you haven't let them go in an embodied way, right? Okay. Logically, you might be broken up. Logically, you might be single. In reality, you might be single, but you're still embodying the connection. The line hasn't been severed yet. You haven't, you know what I mean? And until that happens, Now, one thing I'll give an example of is when I was dating, let's say my ex, Okay. Actually, we'll say it like this. We were like this. Okay. And as time went on, the line would get longer between us. Okay. Actually, I'm going to have to do it up here. So when we first were together, when we were the most in love, it was like that. Then when we were less in love and less connected, it was kind of like this. And then eventually it's the line between us kept getting longer and kept getting stretched out until finally the last line was so stretched out, it broke. Oops, hold on. I'm not doing a very good picture of this. When it got to the last line, it broke and it was severed. And we were no longer connected. Just two people floating in the universe. And that's what it feels like. It feels like over time, you know, you're trying to imagine you're both connected to a rubber band and you're both trying to run away from each other. And the rubber band keeps pushing you back together until finally you stretches out so far that it breaks and you both fall apart from each other. And then that's it. You can't put the rubber band back together. It's done. That thing that was keeping you attached, it no longer exists. In the same form you recognize it as, you don't recognize it anymore. It doesn't look the same. I know you can't tape it back together. I mean, you can try. People try. But you can't. You're never going to tape it back together, sew it back together, glue it back together for it to make sense. It's done. It's severed. Okay? And then the next step is when you're done trying to figure out how to repair the rubber band, you'll really be done when you throw it away and you no longer go hopping back into the trash to try to find it. Yeah, Chad says you're not hoping they'll see your Facebook post or Instagram post. Exactly. You won't hope they see your whatever, your subtweet or your sub post. You're not, you're not writing about them in your journal in the same way. When your family and you talk about them, it's like something, oh my God, remember when you dated that guy? Oh my God, Bird, welcome to memberships. It's a process though. It's really a process. Yeah, it's a process. And it takes everyone time. It takes everyone time to go, because everyone's individually having their own journey. Because even if you're the one running and the rubber band snaps for you, it might not have snapped for them. Or maybe it snaps for them too, but they're in denial. So while they're busy trying to glue the rubber band together, you're already heading out and they're like, how could you throw this away? They go, hey, where's your half of the rubber band? You're like, I threw it away. You threw it away. How could you throw it away? It's like that. It's like you don't know what they're going through. But it doesn't matter anymore because you threw it away. And that's why people say, I can't believe you threw it away. Sometimes it's got to go in the garbage. Sometimes y'all got to throw it away. You got to throw it away. Yeah. Yeah. Being in love is hard. Being connected is hard. And this is the same relationship you have with anybody in your life, really. Even friends. I can't tell you how many people I meet who are like, Braid, I've been friends with this person for 20 years. And I just it feels like we're friends because of proximity and I don't know how to break up with them. And I was like, damn, that's hard. Or I thought this was my best friend, but things have just gone crazy over the election and I don't know how to face this person anymore. What do I do? Or, hey, I've known this person for so long. They're my neighbor. I love them. I grew up with them. But they just they're never better. They always have problems. They're never healed. And I don't know what to do. People are meant to come into your life to either be permanent, whether it's a lesson or a lifelong friend. But when they're a lesson, unless they're a lifelong friend who's also a lesson. But most of the time, I think the lessons that come into our life are meant to, you know what I mean? Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Ba-da-da-da, dee-doo-doo, dee-doo-doo, dee-doo-doo. All right. Ready? This video. Okay, ready? So, you know how much I'm always trying to avoid these boy bubbles nowadays. There was a time when I would deep dive into them just to see what they were up to and even like them for a time because I like everything. Don't judge me. I really do. I like bad music and bad movies and good movies and bad podcasts and good podcasts. And Flagrant recently had on Dr. K, and I thought it looked interesting enough, so I just kind of like screened it because I like Dr. K. And this one section of the pod is literally called Autism Spectrum and Sadness. And I was like, wait a second, what is this? And I watched a few seconds of it and thought we have to talk about it here, so let's do it.
Let me just jump in, not to throw you off, but like I grew up feeling that I can't show emotion, it's weakness, and for probably up until my mid-20s would never cry, and I kind of felt like emotionless at times. And so now I'm way more secure in myself. I'm in a better place. I actually force myself to cry. Like I'll purposely watch a sad movie because I just need to feel something, make sure that's still in there, and then I feel way better after I get those tears out. Why am I doing that? What the hell's wrong with me?
What makes you think there's something wrong with you?
Well, diagnose me. Why
There's
am I
something
doing
wrong
that?
with him.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the way he was just like, diagnose me though. Like, what is it?
There's something off.
He texted me. He said, "What was?" He had texted me the name of Homeward Bound 2 days ago. What do you think is wrong with you? I'm confused about why you view that as something that's wrong.
Initially, I would do it because I was worried that I was emotionless.
Okay.
And then I was like, oh, okay, I feel something when I watch these sad movies. And then it actually felt good when I felt something. So I'm like, oh, let me pick a time and place where I can get it out. And now it's like I have some nice balance in my life. Like I'm happy, I have high highs.
Do you feel like you have a lot of sadness in your heart way deep down?
Like if I look at the state of the world and stuff like that, yeah, that'll make me sad. But
okay, but do you feel like...
Didn't you guys have Trump on your podcast and promote him to get voted in? Now, I think Alex has always been more or less the more liberal voice, but at the same time, like, are you talking about you're sad for the state of the world and the way that it is because you helped participate in making it happen?
You carry sadness, not the state of the world.
Yeah.
But do you have? If the world was a good place, would you still be sad on the inside?
I don't think so.
Okay. So I mean, we don't know, but there are a couple of things to keep in mind. The first is that people on the autism spectrum love anime. And one of the reasons I really think they love anime, I've worked with a ton of people who are on the spectrum, is that, so if we look at autism affects the emotional circuits of our brain in a very profound way. So it affects social circuits in our brain and it affects emotional circuits in our brain. Generally speaking, the intellectual circuits are completely intact and not affected at all. So oftentimes people with autism spectrum, this is also why people...
First of all, is Alex autistic, or are we just talking about autism randomly at this segment? Because it just starts into this, but I will just say it's true. We love anime. Also, Chesed, I don't like that he goes on these podcasts. He's not going on these podcasts to promote the pods. Okay, I've been thinking about this. There's three kinds of people that go on the Flagrant podcast. People that are like them and agree with them. That is not Dr. K. People that are clout farming in some aspect, like they're a bigger podcast, they're trying to be bigger. That's not Dr. K. Then there are the people whose life mission is to help struggling men and boys. And which better podcast to go on than this one? You have to understand why he's here. It's very important. He is not a YouTuber. He is not you and me. He is a licensed doctor, a person who is dedicating his life to helping these men not become school shooters. He is not you and me. He is very important. He needs to go on these podcasts. He legitimizes them. No, you're wrong. Again, you're thinking about it in the wrong way. He is not legitimizing them. They are legitimized. They are 1 million subscriber. Trump has been on the podcast. He is not making them more legit. They are bigger than him. They are bigger. He is a smaller channel compared to that. He is not. He is helping any people in their audience who might even have a chance at getting out of this bubble, right? Like they're already here. He is not boosting them. He is not giving them social credit. You know what I mean? Not in this context. In this context, he's giving these people an opportunity to get better, right? This is his calling. It's not yours. He's not a YouTuber, you know? He's not a YouTuber. He might say, you know, he's a YouTuber. He's not a YouTuber. Okay? He's a dad. He is Uncle Iroh. He is here to do the work that I could never do. Because if I went on this, it would look like I was legitimizing them. It would look like I was shouting them out. Because I'm not in the position to not do that. You know what I mean? And that's the problem. Is like, I'm not meant to play that role. I'm not wise enough or old enough or educated enough. But he is trying to be the Uncle Iroh. You know what I mean? And I get it. You know, that's how I view it, at least, you know? Chat said, out of curiosity, how progressive would you say Dr. K is? Is he pro-LGBT? I've seen his content before. I think Dr. K is a progressive. I think he is, in my mind, not even close to being a liberal. From everything I've heard him say, he is a progressive who knows how to talk to men better than any man I've ever seen in my whole life. But he doesn't allow the men to think he's not a queer woman. He's not a queer gay guy. But I do think he is progressive. And I think he does a really good job at like understanding other people's bubbles and meeting them where they're at and getting them to be more progressive without ever talking about politics or progressivism or any of that. That's my impression of Dr. K and his work. You know, that's how I see him.
On the autism spectrum are more likely to be transgender or non-binary identity because people who are non-binary, our sense of gender identity comes from our emotional experience, right? So like, how do you know you're a man? Well, I feel like a man. Wait, hold on a second. Which part of your brain does the feeling like a man?
Ooh, let's rewind that.
Gender identity comes from the autism spectrum. This is also why people on the autism spectrum are more likely to be transgender or non-binary identity because people who are non-binary, our sense of gender identity comes from our emotional experience, right? So like, how do you know you're a man? Well, I feel like a man. Wait, hold on a second. Which part of your brain does the feeling like a man? That's fundamentally usually an emotional and social circuitry. So both of those things, there's a very high correlation between autism spectrum and being transgender. And this is why I think that there's like a good biological basis for being transgender, because we know that there's social alterations and emotional alterations. And if those two things contribute to gender identity, then we would expect if we tamper with those circuits, gender identity will be affected. Now, the reason that people watch anime is because anime tends to have a hyper elevated signal of emotion.
Yeah.
And what my patients who are on the spectrum, they just love because it helps them feel. So I think what you're doing isn't unhealthy. There's nothing wrong with you. You are doing what a hungry person does when they eat. You are discovering that there are some environmental stimuli that are almost like self-medicating, that are bringing out these emotions that you don't know how to bring out in other ways, but they absolutely need to get out. And especially when we talk about things like sadness, I mean, there's so many physiologic things with sadness that are helpful. The rate of our breathing when we become sad and we start crying and then we, right? When we do that kind of thing, that alters our parasympathetic nervous system activity, ends up reducing our stress level and things like that. So there's all kinds of...
the other day I was so stressed. I was like, I need to cry. How do I cry? I need to cry. Put on some anime montages. Weeping. That's all I need, girl. Give me an anime montage and I am weeping. And I felt so good after. I was like, there's that hit I needed. Because I'm not sad, but I need to cry. I'm not depressed, but I need to fucking cry. I was like, I can feel all of the stuff building in my body. I was like, I need to get it out somehow. And that's how I chose to do it. I was like, I need to cry, girl. That's what and I felt so good. And I was smiling like a kid after. I was so happy because that shit really, I'm so inspired and motivated by these anime moments, these edits, this music, the whole thing is so good for my brain.
Benefits to getting your emotions outside of you. And I think what you've discovered, like many people who are on the spectrum, is that I need a particular kind of emotional trigger to help me get that stuff out. The other really important thing there is I think we make a huge mistake in the field of psychiatry, which is that somewhere along the way, we got into this idea that talk therapy is the gold standard. Talk therapy is the gold standard for women. 70% of psychiatric patients historically have been women. 70% of therapists and psychiatrists historically have been women.
So what do men need to do to be better off, less angry, whatever? If it's not
watch anime.
Really?
So, I think talking about it is correct, but I think the way we should talk about it is different. We should use more physical language, right? When I get dumped by my girlfriend, it feels like she kicked me in the nuts, man. Right? So we force men into using like these very like a certain kind of emotional words, which we just don't have access to. There are a couple of great studies about why men don't like to go to couples therapy, and it's because they feel outgunned. Like,
not me, dog. I be dunking on my bitch.
Damn. So hold on. What?
Yo, that was his wife better fucking, when he gets home tonight, you know what I'm saying? She's gonna be like, excuse me, what did you say about me? And by the way, these are liberals, but he dunked on Myron and Fresh and Fit for talking so badly about women. He's definitely like, they definitely love their wives, but they're definitely liberal men. So the misogyny is there, you know?
No, hold on.
Yeah.
What just happened?
He's feminine.
I made a joke. No, he made a joke, right? So what just happened? Happened like this. Did we see it? Men feel outgunned. What does he feel outgunned in therapy? What do y'all think?
I'm gonna say yes.
Good.
Because just like when he said that you're a real Indian, he also said that he dunks on his girl in therapy.
Right. So what is he? Is he putting himself up and putting somebody else down?
Yes. Yeah.
Right. That doesn't happen to me.
Can I be honest with you? I feel outgunned in every other part of my relationship except when we went to couples therapy.
Awesome.
That's probably what it is. Because in couples therapy, if you're a comic, you tend to be like good with words. So she would actually have the complaint of like, he can verbalize everything really well and really coherently. And I'm kind of like emotional and I can't find the words as well as him. But I think in the rest of our relationship, she'd be doing that shit perfectly.
Yeah. So I think it's a great.
The important part about fighting misogyny in men is having to be the man in the room. Like Dr. K can say this to him and they'll accept it because they respect him, but they would never do it with me or another woman. You know what I'm saying? Like until a man has deconstructed his misogyny in a real way, he's not really going to listen to the woman, even though men come to me for advice all of the time, and they do consider it. Ultimately, they struggle with doing it publicly and they struggle with really believing it until they hear it from a man.
Example, so I'm wrong, and I think it perfectly illustrates the point, right? So I think 99% of people will have Akash's experience. If they're not 99% of people, that's wrong. I think it's probably closer to 70%, but 70% of dudes aren't good with their words. They're not good at expressing themselves. They're not good at being emotive, right? So Akash all y'all are incredibly emotive, but when he laughs, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Right. If we go back and we watch when all y'all like rolling around, I'm kind of like, this is funny.
Yeah.
But I was kind of like, okay,
Yeah.
right. So he is very emotive, very in touch with which I think is part of what comedy does, right? So you have a lot of hurt, and you have to like learn how to grapple with that hurt. I think comedy is incredibly therapeutic, right? So you take that hurt and you turn it into jokes, and you help people laugh, and you feel connected with people. So I think you're not lucky, but your professional training, I imagine, helps you with that quite a bit, which is great.
Yeah.
I think the majority of men will feel outgunned for a couple of reasons. One is that women or girls tend to have a higher verbal fluency than boys do.
You're
so
welcome.
this is like, you can detect this at the age of like 6. Their ability to like put things into words is better.
They be yapping.
Huh?
They talk a lot.
Isn't the misogyny so fascinating? It is interesting. Like the jokes are so like they come off very quickly. They don't think about it. And I get it too, because like, and this is why I say I stopped watching Hassan and other streamers, because all of us do it. All of us make the misogyny jokes. The dilemma is, how do you know the differences? That's why I stopped watching Hassan and I stopped watching other people, because even though I want to give them a chance, the misogyny is too incorporated into the speech. Even myself, I've started to make less misogynistic jokes as I've gone along, and it's really difficult. It's actually really hard because it comes so like before you even think about it, you just want to make the joke because it's in your brain, you know? So again, it's like we don't want to do this, but they're also doing it because it's a serious conversation and they're trying to make light. Also, it's a comedy podcast. Do you know what I mean? So that's the problem. Is like, I want you guys to observe this and not attach to it. Do not make this podcast personal. It has nothing to do with us. Use this in a way to observe the bubble and be like, okay, got it. Like, look at the way Dr. K's handling it. Look at the way the men are reacting. But this has nothing to do with us. We do not know these men. We are not dating these men. We do not watch these men. These men are in their own bubble and their own world with their own language and their own communication. And watch him just operate the room. And then, you know, see if we can learn anything from it. Because at the end of the day, like, these men are the better of the misogynists. Remember that. These are the better of the misogynists. These are the men who hate Fresh and Fit. These men had Fresh and Fit on their podcast and decimated them. Like, oh boy, yeah, oh boy, yeah, we're in for it. This is the good group of men. And they're not even that good, you know? Chess says, how do you prevent yourself from internalizing what you see and how do you mitigate the effects? Well, first you make a decision of what you're doing. You try to decide, you have to almost meditate yourself into a space. So I came into this stream with this in mind, that I would just be observing it. So it's easier for me to do this because I came in with that idea, right? But just turn on your student brain versus your, I'm the subject of attention. So the spotlight isn't on us as viewers, the spotlight's on them. So turn on our observation brain. We are observing them. We are not in there with them. And that's how I try to think about it. So this goes back to, again, why meditation is so interesting for people. But there's them, and then there's us watching them. Or if you want, you can be in there with them, but I don't know why we do that, girl. Ew. Like when we can be outside of them, right? But sometimes it feels like we're in it with them because we feel directly impacted, right? So example, when I did the Charlie Kirk stream, the initial one, I thought I did a pretty damn good job at not being in there with everybody. I thought I did a pretty good job not making myself a part of the story. But the viewers who came to watch that video who were mad at me, Charlie Kirk fans, they took it personal. They were so mad at me. They could not just observe my podcast for what it was or my stream. They made it about them. You know, when I talk about Ethan and iDubbbz and all those people and Hassan, I do not want to be a part of the group. I want to observe them. When you break, it's almost like breaking the fourth wall when Ethan slides into your DMs. You're like, oh no, I don't actually want to talk to you. I want to be somebody who observes you. And that's what we're doing here. We do not want to be a part of the bubble. We want to observe the bubble. That's how I try to think about it, right?
They do talk a lot, right? So, and we don't.
Yeah.
Right? Unless we're podcast bros. Yeah. It's the one space where we're allowed to talk, right?
I love yapping.
All those women be yapping. But look at all these podcast bros, right? Like, oh yeah, like we don't talk, but like except when we get together.
Is that because this is a one space where it's like acceptable for us to talk a lot?
Absolutely, bro.
Wow.
Right? Why do you think it's not? Why is the podcast like it's all podcast bros?
Yeah.
Because we don't have this anymore anywhere else.
It's
Right,
not
this is
acceptable for guys to just get together and just meet up with their boyfriends and talk.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
what do we do? And think about this, right? How do y'all select topics?
Hold on. It looks like we're having confusion in the chat. Hold on. Yeah, so just observe, no judgment until after. Well, discern, but don't judge, because we already know they suck, right? So it's not that hard. We're not discovering anything new, being like, oh, look, misogynists suck. We know they suck. Dr. K is trying to get through to the misogynists to deconstruct their misogyny, but like knowing they suck isn't going to do anything. But what can we learn about the way they're talking about themselves and the way he's handling it, right? Let's see. Second, what's this? Chat says, I don't think it's the same. Misogyny is more ingrained. What does that mean? We live in the same society as these people. Let's see. Are you saying, let's see, you said, yes, they no longer have the gentlemen's clubs where they're used to abusing women as well. It's not about the space, it's the culture. Yeah. Are you saying, but I just want to make it clear, what we're doing is are you guys, I'm confused. Are you guys struggling to understand yourself in relation to the world? Like we're being extrospective right now, right? We're extrospecting us in relation to this world, not us in the world. Like, how does this relate to us and what we're doing? But we are not in the world with them. Like we all share a planet, but like we are separating ourselves from it and observing it. The same way I would expect you to do if you were at the grocery store. Does that help? Does that make sense? Right? I do this when I'm outside when you're people watching, right? When you're people watching, right? Chet says ignoring how misogyny is directly affecting our lives is reductionist. Okay. If you hyper focus on the misogyny, you also do this though. You run into a trap. You're trapping yourself. So we neither are ignoring the misogyny, nor are we only focusing on the misogyny. We want to see the full picture. It feels like what you're saying is misogyny though, misogyny. I know the misogyny's there. We're watching Flagrant. Relax. I want you to see the full picture for what it is, not just the misogyny. The full picture for what it is. Okay? Because if you make the misogyny the main character, you're once again centering men in your life. Let's not do that. Okay? We are not centering men in our life today, girls. We are seeing the full picture for what it is. Okay? That's what we want to do. I hope that makes sense. Okay? Chess says, if a boy wanted to build a gender-inclusive bubble that doesn't ostracize other boys but still invites girls and wants to make everybody feel safe and valued, what advice would you give him? Stop worrying so much about gender. Start actually deconstructing and starting the process of deconstructing gender. So gender is not a thing you even have to think this hard about, right? Like at the end of the day, the reason these bubbles don't get along and the genders don't get along is because we think about so much about gender. We actually end up ostracizing one another naturally or as a consequence. You got to start thinking that gender doesn't play a role like that. And you got to invite people who also are doing that work. Because if you try to put boys and girls in the same room together, but they still very much care about gender politics and binaries, then they're not going to be able to get along, you know? You got to just start seeing people as people. I think that's really important. Hold on. I saw another chatter. Maybe I missed it. Oh, shoot. I saw another comment. Let me see if I can find it. Let's go back to the pod, though.
What's, I guess, trending that we're interested in?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So how do men address the issues that they deal with? We listen to podcasts where they address the zeitgeist that all the men are going through. So we're talking about motivation, relationship.
Oh, wait. Chat said, but Britt, you said these are ones that are supposed to be the good ones. Yes, these are the good misogynists, which is not saying they're good. I'm saying these are supposed to be the good ones in quotation marks. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm being facetious. I'm trying to explain to you that these are the better of the misogynists. The bar is in hell, guys. The bar is in hell. I'm not saying these are good men. I'm saying they're the better of the misogynists. The bar is in hell, you know?
Pornography, this is all the shit that people are dealing with.
Yeah.
So they tune in, they hear us talking about it, and this is the beautiful thing. When y'all laugh, they laugh too. They feel connected. They're not alone anymore. Y'all are doing God's work here. I say that seriously. Right? So there's a lot of emotional connection. Last thing about women that makes them better at verbal things is estrogen. The amount of estrogen in your system correlates with your awareness of your emotions. So a lot of times, we joke about PMS and when you're dating a woman and she's on her period, there's this weird emotional fluctuation. That's literally because estrogen correlates with our ability to detect emotions. So it amplifies emotions.
Yeah.
And this isn't just women.
Yeah.
So I think the other thing that you can do is increase your estrogen level. Then you won't need to watch stuff.
Then I'm going to grow tits.
You don't need to do it that much. So there's that has other advantages, but this is really fascinating. So I used to never cry when I would watch a movie, and then I had kids, and what happens? It was so weird. I had kids, and I have a 2-year-old, and we watched The Lion King, and I started.
Wait. You're so smart. Chat said never underestimate the power of a compliment sandwich. Did you see that? Did you see Dr. K loves a compliment sandwich? You notice that? Because if you just listen to Dr. K, you're going to think he's boosting up their ego and thinks they're perfect and thinks they're so great. But he knows, he's so good at it. But if you don't hear it, you're going to miss it. Yes.
Bawling.
It's a movie you've seen before.
It's a movie I've seen before.
Yeah.
And I was crying, and I was what the hell is going on? And now I cry all the time. And what I realized is in order to understand my 6-month infant, they don't know how to use words. I need to increase my empathic detection capabilities.
He started crying more, and I might be saying this as a joke. He talked about it. He started crying so much more when he had a son.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a universal experience for men, if we're lucky.
Yeah.
Right. So our estrogen level actually increases when we have a kid at home.
That is funny.
And it helps us become.
Oh, now you don't want to grab me.
No,
grab me before.
To be honest,
so annoyed.
No, not annoyed. I was you guys don't understand who I am, man. What I'm going to do, what we should do is we should signal, bro. Okay. If you go out to one side, record it.
Well, grab a tin.
Double team. Double team.
Right? So, by the end of this podcast, it's going to be an Eiffel Tower, right?
I'm going to Taj Mahal, baby.
I don't want to see Eiffel Tower.
You never heard of Eiffel Tower?
No.
Okay, we'll send you
we'll pull up a picture.
We'll send you an Urban Dictionary link later. Is
that a direction?
No, it's a Kama Sutric act. Okay.
Think of
I'm intrigued. Show me later.
You and I.
You're double teaming a girl and 2 guys, and then they give each other high 10.
Yep. Chat says he speaks to them like children in the best way. Yeah, he does. And they accept it because they know he's smarter than them. And they accept it because he's qualified. And they accept it because of the position he is holding. He's putting himself in that position, right? That's the point. Chat said cishet male is confusing to me. They're not funny. You must not be a boy. I'm too much of a boy. Not to all. Here's the problem. I am enough of a boy to actually have found this podcast always so funny. And I still, honestly, I love this feeling when you're with the boys and you're laughing and you're joshing on each other and it's so fun. I am enough of a boy, to be honest with you, that I do identify. I do. And I have to remember that I identify, I've made misogynistic jokes, I've engaged in misogyny, that I suffer from internalized misogyny. I have deconstructed over the years my toxic masculinity and everything because I am a boy. I've been a boy. When I came out as gay, my dad asked me if it's because he raised me as a boy. I've been a boy my whole life. You know what I mean? And so that's the thing. When you've been a boy, you know what it's like. You know how good it feels to be a boy and be in boy bubbles. And then you also know how difficult it is and how dark it is and how suicidal it is and how self-harming it is. Right? And that's okay if you don't get it. I would ask you to consider getting it before you call yourself understanding. Do you have the compassion and understanding to get it and to understand why it becomes this way? And if you don't, that's okay. You don't have to do that work, but I do that work. And that's why we're doing it on stream today. Because my goal is to understand the bubble, have compassion for the bubble, and figure out how to deconstruct the bubble. Because being angry at them, like, again, is not going to help. Being angry for them is better. Don't be angry at them. Be angry for them. That they're living a life that is less fulfilled and has less potential because they're still deconstructing at this old of an age. They are nearing 40, if not 40 already, right? And that's why it's so important. Chess said, and they accept it from Dr. K because he's a man, ? I assume they would have a different approach if Dr. K was a woman. Yeah, they do. They usually talk to men for a reason. The one time I've seen them, I remember when they had Whitney Cummings on, it was the most misogynistic, bullying podcast I've ever seen in my life. They are terrible with women guests, female guests. They are just terrible with them. Yeah, they're just horrible. They really are misogynistic enough, right? But the problem is Whitney Cummings is also deeply misogynistic. She needs to deconstruct that shit. She's so traumatized. And she knows it. She's constantly working on it. But I think there's a play here that's so gender specific, it's important. So again, like Dr. K isn't going on this podcast because he thinks this is the end of their journey. He's going on this podcast to save them to offer them an opportunity away from this conclusion, right? You know? I'm pretty sure, like, I can't imagine a reality where, like, Dr. K voted for Trump. I can't even fathom that reality. That isn't even in my brain. There is no doubt in my mind that Dr. K voted either progressive, liberal, something. I can't even imagine that reality. With all the work that he does, with everything he says in his content, it would be so weird for him to make that conclusion, right? There's just no way. So again, maybe I'm just more aware of his work and aware of his bubble, and I know what he's here for. He's called the healthy gamer online. Who's one of the most like neglected communities? Gamers. He's trying to relate to them. He's trying to say like, I was a gamer and I was lost, but look, here's the work that I did, right? And so that's why he's here. That's what he's here for. And it's so important. Okay. Let's keep watching. I want to see this segment.
There you go. Yeah.
Supporting the beams.
This is lowbrow. This is crude.
This is how men connect.
Yes.
So Chad said he did not vote for Trump. He talks about the divide in his family. Okay, there you go.
Another really interesting thing is I think we got way worse when one of the biggest things that's wrong with our culture right now is when we started demonizing homosexuality. So what happened?
Okay.
When I was things that are wrong with our culture right now is when we started demonizing homosexuality. So what happened when I was growing up?
Them.
Yep.
Catholics. When I was growing up, like, you know, touching another dude. I remember when I went to India, I was 21 years old, and I had a friend there, and like he was like, there were like two of his friends showed up, and it was just the weirdest thing. And I remember thinking, because I grew up in like South Texas, and so like, you know, things were gay. So like this dude, my friend was there, and he had his arm around two of his male friends, and they were both rubbing his belly. And they were talking about how he's going to get married and how he's going to eat real well. Okay. And I was like, what is this stuff? So at some point we started demonizing homosexuality. And when we started doing that, men stopped touching each other.
He's phrasing it in a very particular way on purpose. So, okay, I don't know if you guys do this when you watch content creators. I feel like I can always tell the difference, and maybe I'm wrong, of when the content creator is using specific language for the specific bubble. And in this case, Dr. K is a psychologist versus him trying to be a historian. He's not saying homophobia didn't exist before. He's not saying we weren't homophobic before. He's trying to bring into the conversation a more progressive outlook, bringing into mind that there was a time in the States in certain places in which men were very affectionate. I grew up, my family's West Asian. The men were very touchy-feely until homophobia became worse. So they were already homophobic in my family bubble. But then the demonization of homosexuals got so bad that even Arab men stopped touching each other as affectionately. That, I think, is what he's talking about. Yeah, he's talking about post-AIDS homophobia. Exactly. Yes. So now he's bringing it in and he's making it more relatable. Yes. Exactly.
And now, even as we're talking about this, right, what's the kind of touch that we do? We can't just do this.
Right.
We got to do like a...
Yeah, it's got to be borderline aggressive. It's got to be like, ah.
No, it's not borderline aggressive or borderline homosexual. Right? So these are the kinds of touches. Like, I mean...
Oh, all my brothers, I've never seen gayer people in my life than straight men. The way straight men touch their boyfriends or friends and like, you know, little bald juice, the bend over, you know what I mean? The little, like the weirdest, I'm like, you guys are so gay, but it's not gay. It's not gay, but then it's so homophobic because any real affection is like, what the fuck, get off me. It's so interesting.
You went for the tip, bro.
To be funny.
To be funny because it's funny to be gay. Oh, yep.
Doing this thing where we can't touch someone unless it's a joke.
Yeah. And even the male hug is always pat. You don't hold. There's no like hold. It's
I think male hug is
pats, heterosexual. I'm not trying to fuck you. We're out.
Right. So something weird happened where like men stopped touching each other.
Yeah.
And like people who are going to hear me say that are like,
Oh, sorry. He's a psychiatrist. Not psychologist. Did I say psychologist before? My bad. He is a psychiatrist. Thank you, chat.
Right, like, but really, and now men are so like starved for touch. Women are too in today's world. But like, there's so many dudes. Like, I mean, I've held men in my arms as they cry in my office, and it happens a lot, and it feels great.
Oh, and by the way, on that note, somebody in my chat, I think maybe they were mistaken because they're autistic and I'm autistic. But when I said my doctor diagnosed me autistic, I didn't mean my regular doctor. I meant a doctor, meaning a psychiatrist, like a doctor who could legally. I didn't mean a normal doctor, because sometimes I think when we talk, like it's confusing. But that's what I meant by that comment, just to clarify with people. I didn't mean a regular MD.
You know, to be a dude and to cry and to just be like held.
Yeah.
And if men can start doing that for each other, I think our relationships with women will vastly improve.
Really?
Absolutely. Because here's what happens. Like, so a lot of men are struggling to date because the woman becomes all of the things. She's not just your life partner, your sexual partner. She also has to become your therapist. Right? So now, like, when we share emotions, we only have one person. We basically will cry in front of like two people.
Yeah.
Our wives or our moms. Right? Those are definitely.
Oh, I just recorded another episode of Love is Blind UK, and the player in the show, there's always one guy, man, who's like, you can tell he's not ready to get married, but he showed up to the show anyways. And he's like, I'm trying to get me wifed up because I heard men who are married live longer. Yes, bitch, it's because we're doing the emotional labor for you. And because you have no other friends or family to talk to about your feelings, and we do all that emotional labor, we also keep you alive and keep you going to your doctor's appointments. You're welcome. But also, women aren't doing that unpaid labor anymore. So you better make it, symbiotic. You know what I mean? Oh my God.
And our dads.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of do this thing. And so what happens is a lot of times women will feel like there's too much of an emotional burden when they date a man, like because the man puts all of their emotions on the woman. So many of my female patients experience this because the man doesn't have an emotional outlet outside of his wife. And so as you start to deal with your own shit outside of that, then you're like a normal human being with her, drastically.
And God forbid your wife dies. What are you going to do, bro? Like, God forbid your wife dies. What are you going to do? Where's your network? Where's your support system?
Improves the quality of the relationship.
Yeah, take some of the burden off.
Absolutely.
That makes a lot of sense.
I'll come cuddle you a little bit.
I would absolutely love that.
No,
Physical touch is my love language. I love it.
Stop.
It's my favorite thing.
Now you made it weird.
You hug.
No, see, I want you to pay attention to what happened. You made a joke. He was authentic, and then you said what?
You rejected him.
This guy made his nails and hugs everybody he meets, and I'm gay for wanting to hug.
Because you really want it. You don't want it so much.
Yeah, so I think this is like an excellent example of
I've been trying to kiss him on the cheek for years. He won't let me.
Jesus Christ, Akash.
What? I kissed Mark on the cheek when he had a baby. I kiss Andrew on the cheek all the time.
What makes you uncomfortable about his?
His lips, they're nice.
They are. I got a good set of lips, dude.
You do have a good list.
If he had some white guy like one of these, whatever. That's like nothing.
Would you let Miles kiss you?
Miles, would you kiss Alex right now on there?
Miles, he got a bottom.
No, see, now everyone has lips.
Just have like some duck lips.
I don't have lips.
I mean,
I'm Captain Straight.
Miles, just kiss Alex on the lips, dude.
No, yeah. All right, let's get back to therapy and all the good shit.
We don't have to kiss anybody on the lips.
Yeah, let's. Yeah.
We can do. But so the other thing is, if you're on the spectrum too, this is another important thing. People with on the spectrum and ADHD, their brain processes a touch in a different way. So it's really interesting. So it's fascinating. Some people with ADHD have a lot of difficulty with sex because they have something called tactile defensiveness. So the way that literally your brain processes When you feel a physical touch, if you have ADHD or you're on the spectrum, this can be perceived as ticklish or aggressive. So like a lot of like the foreplay that we'll engage in to sort of like, loosen people up will actually like trigger weird things if you've got ADHD or autism spectrum.
Yep.
Another really good example of this tactile sensitivity is textures for people on the spectrum or ADHD. And so I have a daughter who probably has ADHD, and you guys know what dal is?
Yeah.
Okay, you do. Okay.
Yeah.
So dal is like an Indian lentil soup. But we put a bunch of stuff in it. We'll put like curry leaves and mustard seeds and all kinds of stuff. And so one day, a couple of years ago, my wife was getting mad at my daughter because she had made dal and she wasn't eating the dal. And then I asked her a question. I said, what is it that you don't like about the dal? And she doesn't know how to answer that question. I was like, does it taste bad or it feels bad in your mouth? And she's like, I'm not sure. And I said, let me do something. So I took the dal and I strained it. And then I gave her the dal and I was like, how is that? And she's like, that's fine. The really interesting thing is she ate the dal.
Yeah.
And then she can take the individual pieces that I had strained out and she ate those individually. But she just needs it separated.
My partner goes, when we first started living together, my partner and I, I've gotten this feedback from every partner I've ever lived with. So, okay, and every roommate I've ever lived with, but now we have an explanation for it. So my partner because my partner does the dishes. They do the household chores and stuff because I work and they take care of the house. And they go, I just cleaned the whole kitchen. And this is like at the beginning stages. This is us figuring out living together. And they go, I just cleaned everything. And somehow there's a sink full of dishes. I was like, hear me out, hear me out. I needed a bowl for this. I needed a bowl for this. I needed a bowl for this and I need different spoons for each meal because I can't mix the spoon with this thing here because the taste will be off in this thing. And they looked at me and they go, and you didn't know you were autistic? And I was like, shh. Listen, okay, listen. I use literally different cups for everything. Different temperatures for everything, different bowls and spoons for everything. I have favorite spoons and not favorite spoons, and there are certain spoons I absolutely will not use. But yeah, like even today making food, I had like 4 or 5 dishes to keep everything separated. And if it's on a plate, like only certain things can touch, other things cannot touch. But all of my life, my parents were just like, Brittany just does whatever she wants. Brittany's so like herself. So I just grew up with this like kind of inflated sense of ego. At the same time, I doubted myself 24/7, but I was kind of this weird inflated sense of ego because I was like, yeah, I just do whatever I want, apparently. But then I never asked myself, like, why are we doing this? Until eventually, like, I hated bananas. I could eat them, and then one day something happened and I didn't like the way they felt anymore or tasted before. And then it's like, why did that happen? Like, my parents were never curious enough to be like, why do you do that? I mean, they would ask why, but they wouldn't be asking the real answer. And now it makes so much sense why I do all these things. So yeah, certain foods I can eat. If I separate all of the things, I can eat them all separate. But once the textures touch, it's over. Not always, not with everything. Like mashed potatoes and gravy, awesome. Mashed potatoes and gravy in a salad, the salad cannot touch the mashed potatoes. The hot cannot touch the cold. Okay, like if the temperatures touch, if there's certain things, but it just depends on what it is. It's so dependent. And sometimes like the last 2 days I ate a meal I made. It absolutely did not come out the way I wanted. I did not enjoy 1 second of eating it, but I refused to throw it away. So I ate it, but I need you to know it was like I just sat there and tried to be grateful for the fact that I had food, but I did not enjoy the texture. I did not enjoy the taste. Like nothing about it was what I liked. And I just sat there thinking like, this is torture. And it's food. It's perfectly decent food. But it was a whole process. And then some days I cannot do that even when I can't handle it. So I either freeze the food and eat it later or I have my partner eat it. Or sometimes on a very rare occasion, I will even throw it away. And I really try not to do that. It really eats me up to do that. So I try not to do it, But it is what it is. What are you going to do?
So there's another diagnosis called ARFID, which is Avoidant Restrictive Food Intake Disorder, which also has this sensory difference to it. So, I mean, I know we're all joking about, why don't you want to get kissed? But it'd be really interesting. Like we could do a very interesting experiment. And I'm not joking here, but I am joking too, because that's how we test boundaries with dudes, right? Ooh. I'm going to make a joke. And like, if you guys treat it as a joke.
Okay. Do you guys know what's funny? Do you remember, this is so funny, because do you remember when I hung out with Debate Bro? I kept treating him like a boy. I was joking. I was physical. We were laughing. And then I realized he wasn't getting it. And I was like, what's happening? And that was one of my most socially autistic moments in my life where I was like, why is this boy not interacting me with and I didn't realize he's not a boy. He's not a boy. Like, he doesn't joke like a boy. He doesn't talk like a boy. He gets his feelings hurt. He doesn't like to joke. He's not physical. And I'm like, and I wish I didn't misread that as a social situation, but also if I brought it up, he would deny it. There's no way that man would ever admit that he's not a boy because he's trying so hard to get boys to like him. Fresh and Fit, all those guys. He tries really hard to get those boys to like him. So there's no way he could risk admitting he's not a boy. So in my defense, I went in with misinformation he had given me. But then I realized, oh my God, like, because the other boy in the community, the other boy I was hanging out with, we were vibing. It was fun. We were slapstick. We were laughing. We were gagging. We were just like, we were having so much fun. The vibes were good. Very cousin vibes. But this guy, like, it was weird. I didn't know what to do. I'm like, what do I do here? And that's the thing that I'm trying to pay attention to is like, you know, I got to pay attention to who am I hanging out with gender-wise, even if they don't know. Chess says, what do you mean by boy, though? So I think gender is a construct, and that construct is built from a biological, natural sense of self and a socially constructed one. And I think when the social construct fits with you and it feels good, that's a reflection of your biological experience. I think if it doesn't fit good, it's an experience that differs from your biological experience. And so, like, as a person who's always been clocked as a boy her whole life, as a person who's even been misgendered, not as trans, but as a man, people have literally been like, sir, can I help you get anything? And I'm like, no, thank you. And they're like, oh, my bad. And I just like, when they hear my voice, like, I walk like a boy. I talk like a boy. People literally, I know that sounds so strange because of the way I show up on stream. It's a really weird experience. And I think they're right. I think they are seeing that I'm a boy. They're just mistaking the kind of boy that I am. And this is why gender is so interesting, because they're not wrong. Like, they are right. I am a boy. They just didn't, they don't know because I don't look like, or I don't quite fit the binary. So I think you're having an experience with gender that we use this language to kind of have a language with. But I think it is actually something we're sensing, we're seeing. Like, I think it's real. I think there might be a realness to it that I think is really hard to understand unless you're kind of there. But it's not binary. It's how do I explain it? I've been working on this idea about gender that I've wanted to talk about. I'm going to try to figure out how to talk about it or understand it from people. But like, there are girls who are girls and boys who are boys, and then there are boys who are girls and girls who are boys, and boys who are girls who are boys who are girls. There's like, so I can't even tell you how deep it goes because I've been like thinking about this for so long now. You know, Chet says, so you mean like a personality trait that are mostly characterized as masculine? Deeper than that. That's one layer, but then I think there's something deeper. Because we didn't just come up with the construct of boy and girl. We obviously, it came from somewhere. Man and woman came from somewhere, and it's not your fucking chromosomes. Nobody gets tested for their chromosomes the way you think. And it's not just your physicality. I think that's why other cultures around the world know that it's not exactly this binary sense of penis vagina, right? This is a whole other conversation. But I'm telling you, like, people are multifaceted. As much as we think they're not, a lot of us are multifaceted. It's not what we're doing. It's not, even if you took away all of our hobbies, if we just had our body, you would be like, oh, you're a boy, aren't you? Like, if you know, you know. It's really hard to explain, but it's not your hobbies. It's not the way you're dressing. It's you. It's your consciousness. When I see you, I'm like, the same way, like in the same, like, I can't even explain it unless you get it. Yeah, but I'm definitely like a boy who's a girl who's a boy. Who's a something. Who knows? I'm still working on it. Yeah, our essence. There's an essence to it. It's hard to explain to people. You know? Discord said, do you think gender is a relationship to self? Definitely. I mean, gosh, definitely, right? I think you do. Yeah. I think so. Chess says, can the average person actually tell? I think so. I think the average person can tell. They just don't know they're telling. They just don't know. Right? Chess says, don't you need to be more queer informed to tell? No. I think you need to be more queer informed to articulate it or to share the language. But I think people know it and they don't know what to do with it and they're afraid of it because it doesn't match. But I think people know. And the same way we go, oh, that's just how Brittany is. My parents knew I was autistic. They just didn't know what to call it. So they called it Brittany being herself. Brittany's just her. That's just how Brittany is. That's usually what we say. Oh, that's just George. That's just how he is. But you know, there's something to it. The question is, what is it? Oh, that's just how he is. So you feel it. You feel it in the same way that people know you're gay, and they get it from, they're like, are you gay? Are you a homosexual? Oh, how would you know that? By just looking at me. Because there's something, we admit something. Oh, hey, are you autistic? It's like, guys, that is based off of something I think we're naturally seeing in each other as animals. I think we're like, it's like dogs that know there's another dog in the room. I'm like, is that a homosexual I smell? You know, in like a good way, in like a positive way. You know, I think there's something might be very inherently biological about this experience. Yeah. Yeah, Chad says the language differences is what makes us unable to agree on the fact that we all know these differences. Exactly. I think we're struggling because even though I think we inherently know, we don't have the language to really make it make too much sense. And so it's really difficult. You know, it's really hard to quite pinpoint it, but I'm telling you, there's something really significant here, which is why I'm on a gender deconstruction journey. Because I'm like, oh, even I tried to trap myself so many times in the binary, and it really denied me a full relationship with myself. Like at some point, it used to really hurt my feelings when people would think I was a man or a boy. And then now I feel very seen because now I'm not trying hard to be a girl and only a girl. But I tried for so long just to be a girl, and no one even saw me as a girl. Why would my own father tell me he raised me as a boy? Why would my sister know the distinction between, oh yeah, Brittany is one of the boys. I'm not one of the boys. It's not even, it's more than being a tomboy. Girls are tomboys. I'm not a tomboy. I'm a boy. And I always thought I thought I was a tomboy growing up, but it never fit me. It never fit who I was. It never made sense. And this is the only thing that seems to make sense. Yeah. You know, Chad says, isn't it very common to not know that a normie gay is gay? Like how straight goths get assumed queer all the time because it assumed that alternative is correlated with queer. It depends on the bubble. It depends on the bubble, but I don't think it's that black and white. I guess it just depends on the culture, of course. But I think it depends if your community is curious enough or paying attention enough or putting their head in the sand. Yeah, there's like a lot that goes into it for sure. Okay, let's go back to this.
Then cool, but then like if y'all are like, okay, let's really do this. So we could all kiss each other on the cheek, and we could ask each other, what is your experience of this?
Like, so this has been a great podcast, guys.
See, this is where he blames his autism. That's why I don't believe he's autistic. He's just black and homophobic.
Wait, so did Alex get diagnosed autistic early? And is that why he keeps bringing? I didn't see this pod in the beginning. I just saw the section with you guys. Is he autistic? Is that why he keeps bringing it up? I didn't want to assume. Wait, this is big news. Is Alex autistic?
See, this is where he blames his autism. That's why I don't believe he's autistic. He's just black and homophobic.
What? He's just black and homophobic. Wait, did he come out as autistic? Oh shit. That's a big deal. Congratulations. You know?
You know what I mean?
I don't even know how to respond to that. It's like, if I say what's in my heart, y'all can say it. My ass is going to get canceled.
We'll say it for you.
Let us say it.
He's not wrong, though.
Yeah.
It's his culture. It's his upbringing.
His culture, yeah.
Right? Yeah. The problem is...
Oh, Chad says he was diagnosed with Asperger's at 9, according to Google. Shut up. Funny enough, Alex was always my favorite on Flagrant. This makes a lot of sense. He was always my favorite one. I knew an autistic king when I saw one. I just didn't know why. That's so funny.
The problem is, even if that's your culture, the fundamental... I'm going to keep going.
Yeah.
Please.
You guys can keep... It doesn't bother me. It really doesn't. But I think there's something important because I think a lot of people struggle with this. Your body's need for oxytocin, your body's need for connection does not change. Right? So if you grow up in a culture where you're not allowed to touch dudes and it feels really uncomfortable for you, it feels uncomfortable at the beginning, my guess, unless you have this neurodevelopmental thing going on where there's tactile defensiveness and things like that. So we have to be careful, right? Good diagnosis precedes good treatment. So we don't want to force him into a situation because his brain is processing things differently from the way that our brains are processing.
Yeah, no, I think it's more so growing up, it was like taboo, guys don't touch each other. Yeah. And then being around more white guys, they do the white boy fun. And I've gotten better with it over the years. Like,
yeah, so, but does it feel physically uncomfortable for you? Or does it feel like Is it just the physical sensation? Does it feel like, here's the way I would describe it. So people want to understand, okay, is this like emotional for me or is it physical for me? If it's physical for you, if it's a sensory processing deficit, or we call it a deficit, alteration. Have y'all ever had like scrambled eggs with a piece of shell?
Oof.
Yeah.
You know how like it fucking ruins it?
Yeah, it's done.
That's what it's like to be autistic and navigate through the world.
That's a good ass way to put it.
Right?
That's how you feel for real?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Like a little thing could happen and that just throws me off.
It's like ruins your whole, like it doesn't matter if it was just one little bite and there's 4 bites left that are totally fine. One little thing is like, it just ruins it.
Bro, if you talk to my shorty, she can tell you thousands of
Right, so this is where I think we should really have a ton of compassion with people, for people on the spectrum.
I apologize for not believing you.
Their life is going through a neurotypical world with fucking eggshells and their scrambled eggs all over the place. The clothes we wear, the way that we touch.
My partner also does the laundry. And they were like, I was like, can you wash this dress for me? But can you not put it in the dryer? Because I think it ruins it if you put it in the dryer. And he looks at me, he goes, would there by chance be a tag on your dress? And I was like, no. He's like, because you cut it off. And I was like, yes. And he's like, do you have any tags on any of your clothes? Of course you don't, because you're sensory, you're autistic. I was like, listen, I do. The moment I get new clothes, the first thing I do is cut off the tags. No tags. Okay. I'm like, Edna, no capes, no tags. And I have to remember to like, at least put it in a mental note of how to take care of the clothes, because I cannot wet hair. Oh my God. Wet hair is the worst feeling in my whole life. I want to literally kill myself when I feel wet hair on me. I don't know how you all just walk around with wet hair plastered on your shoulders and back, and you're just walking around dripping. And I'm like, it drives me absolutely fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy. And it sucks because I can't get anything done. I have to either put my hair up and put a towel on. I got to defuse right out of the shower. I usually drink my coffee in the morning and defuse my hair because I can't have it wet. I can't have it wet.
Sounds that we make, right? It's like they're just fucking, their life is just a little bit shittier, but way worse. Their experience of it is just so difficult.
So in relevance to like the anger conversation we're having, what can you do to basically disengage that anger, disengage that is the only way that someone feels emotion?
I'm going to go back to the Samskar thing, then we're going to talk about your anger because I think that's the best way to do it. Is that okay?
Yeah.
And let me know if you don't feel comfortable with that. So Samskar, here's the basic sequence. Disproportionate emotion, activation of the ego, hijacking of the intellect.
Ooh, so hijacking of the intellect.
What we want to do is a couple of things. One is exactly what Akash does in therapy. So he takes a step back, removes ego from the equation, just notices what he's feeling, doesn't engage in an intellectual discussion. That's the biggest mistake that a lot of people make. All these people who are red-pilled and black-pilled, they're just operating on the intellectual level. They're not getting to the ego or the emotions underneath, okay?
That's a great way of putting it.
And so you could play that game as long as you want to, but it doesn't solve problems. It's a way of coping, and not necessarily in a bad way, but like we said, right? So if I give up on life, that allows me to protect myself. So they sort of adopt this negative worldview,
right?
And like then that protects them because it's not my fault. If I'm fundamentally broken, it's not my fault,
right?
That I am not successful. It's not my fault that I'm single. If I'm fundamentally ugly, right? So then what we want to do is there are two important things to do. One is if you just observe the process, that is enough.
Sorry, but just to go back to the red pill thing. Their process or their cope is, it's not my fault, it's women's fault. They XYZ. Is that what they do?
I think they're a lot more
See how the boys separate themselves from the red pill? These boys do not identify with red pill. This is a completely different boy bubble. Okay? They are not red pillars, but they are misogynists, but they're misogynists who don't think they're misogynists because they love their wives. Okay? And this is a very difficult position. Myron Gaines does not pretend to love the women he's dating. He hates all those women. He's fully a misogynist. He just doesn't care, right? They hate him because they say, I love my wife. I love my mother. I love the women of my life. Also, women, they talk too much. Am I right? You know what I mean? So like, it's a different type of misogyny, which is really difficult because, you know, it's just like racism. You tell a white person like, hey, not seeing color is racist. They're like, no, it's not. I love XYZ group. I think they're very intelligent and useful to society, you know, something like that. And you're like, yeah, but it's still racist because you haven't deconstructed all the levels. And I get it. The issue is that we think that, here's the thing I want you to think about that might be difficult and I don't want you to feel overwhelmed. There will always be more racism and more misogyny and more new ways that is expressed in culture. You must always be deconstructing because before you know it, I know you think like, once I deconstruct, I'll never go back. It has to be active. You have to constantly be doing it because new vocabulary will come in. We'll learn new words. There will be new dog whistles. There will be new thoughts about racism, new things we learn every day about people. And so we have to consistently be doing it. Even if it sounds like, well, when is it ever going to be done? Guys, learning is never done. Learning is never done. And I know that sounds exhausting, but once you get the hang of it, it becomes fun. You have to also sign yourself up to be a student for life. I really like being a student, but I know it might not sound good, right? And that's the problem, right? And also, to many people's point, who I know don't, and this is not me defending Flagrant, by the way. This is me explaining the bubble. So when you dislike them, you can like them for the right reasons. But ultimately, the most dangerous thing about men like these guys is that these are the same men who hate Fresh and Fit, but still all voted for Trump. So either way, they supported the biggest misogynist, a man who has so many allegations against him and has been found liable for sexual assault. So it doesn't matter that they love their wives. They ultimately voted for a guy who's found liable of sexual assault. So that's the thing that's so dangerous about these kinds of men, is that they're not as bad as Fresh and Fit, literally, but at the end of the day, they become just as bad by the way they make bigger decisions. But in their personal life, they're not as bad, but in their macro sense of life, they are. Macro within the micro. Yeah.
A genus than we give them credit for. They're not all one way. They used to be that way. Mm-hmm. But now I think there's like a red pill 2.0 that's kind of like happening right now, which I think is actually quite healthy. So really? If you go to red pill like subreddits and stuff, they tell each there's a lot of encouragement. Get your ass to the gym, right? Mm-hmm. Like do something with your life, become professionally successful, and go to therapy. Like they're huge proponents of therapy now.
Oh wow. Okay.
So I think
really, which therapy? I haven't heard that. I haven't been in the red pill bubble in a second, so I don't know what they're doing right now, and I'm not on Reddit. Are the Reddit red pillers all talking about therapy? I know they're big on coaches. Are they big on therapy now?
If there's some like adaptive...
So there's an evolution of red pill that's not what it used to be, and it's potentially a good thing.
I think there's a lot of good stuff in there. If there was not good stuff in there, it would not be growing, right? So
I agree with that. Actually, this is the most difficult part of, am I in a good community? Because there's some good here. Yeah. This is a very important distinction. This is why I know he's so good at bubble hopping. It's growing too much and it's becoming too relatable to people for some of it not to make sense. Like religion. Religion obviously has good points in it, patriarchal religions, but that doesn't mean I'm not anti the patriarchy or patriarchal religions. I know there's good in that religion, but I'm telling you, you can find the same good in that religion somewhere else. The good that you find in religion does not come from the religion. You can find it in other places. So now we don't need the religion. But people think, I must need the religion because look at all these good things in the religion. And I think what hopefully Dr. K and I think what I'm trying to do, what other people are trying to do, is they're trying to steer you away from throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And at the same time, you can deconstruct this bigger bubble and find a new one and form a new one.
Anytime we see human beings changing in a particular way, that is because they are adapting to their environment. Mm-hmm. So in a world where the systems do not support men, what choice do men have? We're going to support each other.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And I think the problem is that there's all kinds of negative emotion that gets turned into anger, which we already talked about, right?
Chat said, is red pill growing? I mean, JD Vance literally said women are going to be cat ladies and the White House wants to give incentives to women for having 6 kids or more. That's all red pill adjacent, right? I think in that way they're growing. In that way they're being normalized. In that way they see themselves in the White House. I mean, in many ways, white supremacy, red pill in that regard, misogyny in that regard is growing. But I don't know if the movement we know as red pill is growing, but it doesn't matter because it's now morphed into something more general. It's always been niche. I need that to be clear. Red pill has always been niche, but the overall influence of red pill, I think, has now been officially like seeped into a whole generation of kids. And all those kids are going to have to deconstruct. There are going to be kids. Keep in mind, they're going to be adult men right now. No, sorry. They're going to be adult men in 10 years in therapy in their 20s who are going to be saying, 10 years ago, I went down a rabbit hole of a guy named Andrew Tate and I got lost there and I need help. All the damage that Andrew Tate and all these people are doing is going to be someone's therapy session in 10 to 15 years. That's why what you do matters. Even if you die and nothing matters. What you do is going to matter to some kid who's watching you right now. Some kid. That's why I say do it for the kids, bro. Do it for the kids. Okay? Do it for the kids.
So like sadness doesn't work, crying about it doesn't work, so I'm going to get angry. And then when you get angry, it's very easy to blame someone else. There's also the hum card at play. So these people will like pump themselves up and put someone else down. Who do they pump up?
Men.
Who do they put down?
Women.
There we go. Right. So this is why I love this model. Like y'all are a bunch of comedians. I think smart for sure. Right. But once you understand this model, you can understand so much human interaction.
Oof, there's that compliment sandwich right there.
Around you. Right, this is the ego at play. So anytime you see someone being egotistical, the question to ask yourself is, what are they protecting themselves from?
Yeah.
In the moment that you soothe that thing.
Oops, super chat. Thank you so much. So much. Is it I love, why can't I see your full name? I love Sunflower Sunny. Is this Sunny Sunflower One Piece Sunny or just sunflowers in general? Because I love sunflowers. You said in the super chat, they punish Fresh and Fit for being obviously misogynist. They think they perform misogyny better because they do it through jokes, being funny, and they spice it up with their sprinkles of empathy. Yeah. Oh, beautifully said. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Exactly. That's it right there. I'm empathetic. Look at me. I'm meeting you where you are. Look at you. I feel for you. You know, look at this thing. And I will say this about, you remember when ABBA talked about me on Fresh and Fit and Andrew Schulz, and ABBA, we had our disagreements and we ended our friendship. He needs to work on his misogyny. And yet ABBA is a better, less misogynistic man than these people. Because Andrew Schulz, he called me like a bitch or something. And ABBA said, no, don't talk about Britney that way. Right? Like, that's my girl. And that was really great. That was really beautiful. But at the end of the day, when it came to it, ABBA and I didn't stay in touch because he refused to cut off Destiny when it was clear that Destiny was a bad person, even before the biggest allegations came out. And that's the misogyny in him. The misogyny in him still is friends with Andrew Schulz. The misogyny in him was choosing Destiny over a friendship with me, which is fine. It wasn't choosing me, it was choosing his values. If he had chosen better values, I would have stayed his friend. But because his values reflected his choice in staying by Destiny's side, I had to then do my own thing, right? But yet, ABBA was better at countering the misogyny by standing up for a girl, and he humbled Andrew on his own show. And at the same time, it didn't matter at the end of the day. So, you know, again, ABBA was the best of them during my time in that bubble, and yet it still didn't matter. The bar is in hell. Because even the best of them still pick the boys. That's the misogyny of it all. You know? Chet says, why does it have to be one or the other? Like, it's not me or Destiny. It's the values. The values that let you pick Destiny and the values that let you pick Britney. It's a reflection in who you choose at the end of the day. And his values chose boys, these misogynistic boys. It didn't choose the queer, autistic girly, right? Chet says, why, if he doesn't do that, do you expect him to do it? Then he is a misogynist? No, okay. He's a misogynist because when we had the conversation about Destiny, he said the way Destiny was treating the women in the community wasn't enough for him to care because he felt like it's not that big of a deal because the women sucked anyways. And it's him not countering the misogynistic jokes. It's about him not doing the work to stop going after women in a particular way. It's about the way he makes content. It's not just about me or Destiny. It's about what leads a person with those values to still show up in the world the way that he does. Right? He doesn't believe trans women should be doing sports. He's not, all these other things, right? So it might sound confusing, but your values are a reflection of your life. You know how, like, if you have a disorganized apartment, it's either a sign that you're simply messy or there's a mental health problem. Okay? If you are friends with misogynists, maybe it's just like y'all went to school together, so you're holding out that they'll change, or maybe it's just that you're a misogynist. You know what I mean? It's like, at some point, it's just that you have too much misogyny, and so it is what it is. Because if he wasn't that misogynistic, it would have been really easy for him to also, when ABBA disconnected himself from Destiny finally, when the allegations came out, the big ones, he didn't paint him as a predator. He said his goonery got in the way of his success and then would ruin his own reputation. So he didn't even say with his chest that Destiny was a predator because he can't accept it. As far as I know, I don't know if there's been a new video, but the last time I checked in, he still can't fathom that Destiny is a predator. And to be fair, other people can't either because they still work with him. Fun fact, I was watching Michael Burns yesterday. Shout out to Michael Burns. And he told Taylor Lorenz not to talk to Destiny, and she still did. I unsubscribed from Taylor Lorenz. Michael's right that talking to Taylor talking to Destiny is a bad decision. Should Dr. K highlight Destiny again on his platform, I'll see it as a huge red flag. But if Dr. K talks to Destiny on his platform, I'll see that less of a red flag. Because the difference here, again, is Dr. K is playing a different role here. He is trying to give his community hope, but he has not, as far as I've seen, associated with Destiny since the major allegations, which I think is very important. Okay? He's willing to talk to most people at certain times to help them, even the worst of people. And yet, I haven't quite seen him do that with Destiny since everything came out, which is a good sign. But I also trust him to make a decision about how to, interact with those people that way, right? Chet says, is Taylor different because of her role as a journalist? No, because the capacity in which she talked to Destiny was not journalistic. It was a streamer trying to discount her article. She could have talked to 100 other people other than him. She did nothing but promote him. She did not go to help him. It did not help his community. They did not think more of her. She did not convince him. She did not sway him. It did nothing for anybody except give Destiny another association with somebody who's important or / going to be or / could be. Right? That's the problem. Is there was no reason to talk to him. This benefited nobody, not even Taylor. So why did she do it? Why did she do it? I still don't know. I don't know.
The ego will disappear. You can disarm ego by giving people kind of what they need. Now, fixing the samskar involves understanding the process, doing kind of what Akash said, where if you just sit down and just write your emotions. So you can use an emotional regulation technique. So if you even do deep breathing or something like that, some meditative stuff, I teach a lot of that stuff and meditation stuff. I have these guides and things. But if you do that kind of stuff, that'll help, because then what is activating the ego is the emotion. So the moment that the emotion goes away, the ego will go away. And then when the ego goes away, this fucked up logic will go away, then you'll be okay.
And by the way, there's so many other people I can follow. I follow so many other people other than Taylor Lorenz. If Taylor writes a really good letter or does a really good article, I'll obviously check out her journalistic work, but I don't need to be paying attention to her channel. I don't need to give her channel money. I don't need to hear it from her when there's other journalists and other women I can follow that are just as good, if not better. So that's another reason I don't mind not following Taylor anymore, because if Taylor's going to work this hard to make boys like her, because that's what it looks like. And I know she's in a male-dominated field, but there are plenty of female journalists out there that are not worrying about the boys liking them. And I'm kind of focused on those ones, sorry. I really think it speaks so loudly to her character, but she can do what she wants. So you can follow her if you want. There's check in with her, see what she's up to, that kind of stuff. But, I'm just, from that perspective, I'm not saying you shouldn't follow Taylor Lorenz. She's not a bad person, right? I'm just saying as a news source, I'm not, as a fan, I lost my interest in following her.
The second thing that we want to do, this is the really cool thing. That dormant emotion can be brought to the surface and experienced fully and metabolized. So when you have a breakthrough in therapy, right? This is where something comes up. There's a ton of emotion that comes to the surface and it's felt and accepted.
And people think that moment where the feelings come to the surface is it. The first breakthrough. That's just the beginning, girls. That's a part of the beginning stage. Everyone thinks that's it. I did it.
Not suppressed, not distracted from. That's what we usually do, right? We bury it. But instead what we want is so what's going on in therapy is they're talking about some time in their life where they really felt hurt, and then they're bawling. I'm holding them. We're all crying. I'm crying. They're crying. And then how do you feel? Oh, I feel so much better.
Yeah.
And then they walk out and a chunk of it is gone. So the way that to do that is I would recommend that people, when you feel this disproportionate emotion, ask yourself, when was the first time I felt this? And what you'll discover is that people who feel this disproportionate emotion, there's a time that happened a long time ago where they felt that way. And it was a really powerful moment for them. And so when you go back to that thing and you sort of experience that again, that gets a bit technical, and there's a whole samskar digestion process that we go through in our trauma guide. But that's the essence of it, is that you go back and you re-experience those things, you bring out that emotion. And that's literally what we do in therapy is we take all these dormant emotions. And once you bring out the dormant emotions and you metabolize them, people feel healthier afterward.
Today's episode is also...
I think what's important here is that for the first time in some of these people's lives, they're hearing him put into words things that they've either experienced or digested or talked to other people about or had the experience of and just couldn't like make it make sense. I love that Alex is talking about being autistic and they're having this conversation. And I love that they're giving their audience sort of options. And again, like I stopped watching a lot of the boy podcasts because the misogyny was getting intense and everything was getting pretty crazy. But also I'm on to new and other content. There's so much content on the internet, guys. Like you'll never see it all. So enjoy that reality and know that there's so much to watch and consume. But every time I go back to visit, it's always through the lens of like a Dr. K, and it just gets better every time because he is getting better. He's gotten so much better over the years. He's really gotten so much better, right? Let's see, Chess says, I'm sorry, I'm probably misogynistic as well. Well, I mean, everyone is, right? But as long as we all have to deconstruct our internalized misogyny, but as long as someone doesn't do anything bad to me, why would I stop talking to that person? As in, people interact differently with different people. Should I judge a person for how they treated other people rather than how they treat me? Absolutely. But only if you want to. I do. Yeah, I do. It's like, you know, seeing how your friends treat a waiter. Do you not judge your friends on how they treat wait staff? Do you know what I mean? Right? Like, yeah, I think you should discern if this person is safe with you or, you know, going to be someone you can trust or rely on. I personally, you don't have to do anything. I personally think it's very important how people treat other people. Yeah, I think it's very important. You know? Yeah, I think it's hard though, because we're not really taught that. Actually, to be honest, when I confronted my parents about the predator and their family, they said, well, hey, has he done anything to you? They have that mindset. And I said, no, well, not in the predatory way, but in other ways. And they said, well, if he hasn't done it to you, though, how do you know? That's not the point. Because I know it happened, and that's what matters. Well, why should you care? Other people are dealing with it. It doesn't have anything to do with you. Da, 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 da. No. He can't treat people that way and think I'm going to treat him the same. No, how you treat people matters. Okay, of course it matters. Now, your role in people's life can be nuanced and can change based off the situation. So if you're playing a Dr. K role in people's lives, it's different. So I tried that. I tried to be that role in people's lives when I first came back to the internet, where I would be more nuanced in talking to everybody, but I didn't have the wisdom, nor the education, nor the standing in society to play that role. That's why I gave up on it. I told you guys in real time, I obviously can't bring my nuance to the internet. I don't have the credentials like Dr. K does to get people to listen to me. And even though I'm right, I'm also wrong because I dared to approach the world before I was ready. So I am going back to like humbling myself and redoing my research era, because I think I'll get there again where I need to be ready for that next stage. And that's why I say I'm preparing for my 40s. Okay? Because I think, you know, there are certain roles we play in people's lives. If somebody comes to me and says, Brittany, I did the worst thing you can think of, and I'm ready to turn myself in, or I'm ready to go to therapy, I'm ready to do the thing that's appropriate for the crime they committed, I'd say, great, let me help you. And then with being open with boundaries, I would help that person. If I have a friend who does the thing and they're not getting better, our friendship will suffer. If I have a sibling who's doing a thing and they're not getting better, our sibling friendship will suffer. If I'm dating somebody and they're not getting better, the relationship will suffer. So then at the end of the day, I have to make a decision about how I play a role in people's lives, because sometimes really like not great people, especially in the past, have come to me and said, Britt, I need your advice. I'll give them advice. But I also need to be able to call them bad people. Remember, that was the whole reason that falling out happened with Destiny, because he came to me for advice and I stood my ground about cheating and everything. And he was like, why would you do that? Because he wanted to control the narrative by saying, we're friends, you can't talk about me. And I said, we're not like that friends. First of all, even if you were my best friend, I'd still talk about you like that. But the fact that like you're even trying to weaponize it against me, absolutely not. Yeah, but he even said to his audience, I never did anything to Brittany. Why would she do this to me? You did something to somebody else. This is how predators think. This is how bad people think. They think unless you do something to me, we're good. That's why Destiny also said Myron Gaines probably is one of the greatest people he's ever met because he's never betrayed him. And he goes, you know, I don't think Abba would either, but maybe Abba will leave too. And Abba did eventually leave. We all eventually left. But the point is like, you're not supposed to weaponize it against people. But the idea that like, oh, I never did anything bad to them. Why would they do something bad? We're standing on principle. We're standing on our values, you know? Now, if you want to make space for people, if you want to try to meet people where they are, you can do that, right? There's nothing wrong with trying to be kind to people. There's nothing wrong with trying to, as long as it's not coming at the expense of your joy, right? But you should give people an appropriate amount of chances to be good people and always open with boundaries, right? Like even my parents, I didn't block them. I'm not cutting them off. Their inner circle. I'm not cutting my inner circle off. I'm just not reaching out to them for my own sake and until, because I don't need them in my life if they're going to die on this hill. I don't need them in my life if they're going to remain bigoted like this. I want them in my life as my parents because I really like my parents, but I don't like my parents. I like my parents as people, as conscious, like as a consciousness, but I don't like them in terms of their politics, their beliefs. But if my parents have a wake up call one day and call me and say, hey, Britt, I love you. I have a change of heart. I had a change of heart. I realized you're right. I want to make amends with you. I'm leaving the Catholic Church. I'm denouncing Trump. I'm whatever. Then of course I want to hear from them. You know what I mean? So I think there's the difference there too. Like you don't have to cut everybody off for how they treat others. Like I'm more than happy to visit my predator family member in prison. He probably wouldn't want to see me, but I'd be more than happy to visit any of my inner circle in prison. Because like, that's me being there as a family member, not me condoning their behavior, right? That's me being there as a person, you know? But that's not, you know, again, it's always about these open with boundaries conversations, right? Chet says, do they have to do all that before you talk to them again? Yeah. I told my parents I'm going to take an indefinite break unless they have a change of heart, basically. And if they don't, then I'll see them at their funeral. You know? Oh, I love Sunflower. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says, amount of gay bi men who have conservative mindset and pretend to be liberal is alarming, girly. Many women will defend them blindly. Oh, for sure. Oh, my God. What did I say? Beware of the liberal man. Beware of the queer. This is my newest podcast. Did you see it? You guys see it? When you're gay but not queer? Jeffree Star being like, I'm not into those they thems. This is why conservatives like me, because I'm real. Oh, please. Please. You know, ridiculous. Conservative, I'm so real. Jeffree, shut up, Jeffree. Thank you for the super chat. Oh my God. Ridiculous. Guys, this is all I have spoons for today, so we can keep talking for a bit, answer some questions, and then I'll head out. We'll watch the Hassan video tomorrow. My Discord asked me to watch it. I'll watch it tomorrow, amongst other things. I'm doing it. My spoons are whoop. I've been awake for too many hours now. Indiana got me up 2 hours before my alarm went off this morning. So if you have last minute questions, let me know. You know? Chet says there's also lots of misogynistic queer people. Well, the hope is that if you're truly embodying a queer attitude, you're also on the road to deconstructing your misogyny. Because to me, queer means to deconstruct your misogyny. Queer means to deconstruct the binary, right? Like being gay is not being queer. Being bisexual is not being like queer is a bubble term. But in my mind, for me, in my bubble, queer is a statement of rebellion against the expectation of the binary, the standard, the script, and to say that I am reconstructing a new way of existing in which I humanize and have compassion for all, no matter the package they come in. You know? That's how I think about it. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for the super chats and the memberships. I appreciate it so much. And, you know, remember that everything I try to do and I try to encourage you to do if you want is to be loving and compassionate. Never to reject people. Don't put down boundaries out of hate or bitterness, right? That's so important. Chet says your parents and your partner have a relationship where they don't talk. They've never met. My parents had never met my partner, and they never will, probably. It looks like they never will. Yeah. They had their chance, they didn't take it, and now they definitely probably won't have a chance. Yeah. Hey, what are you gonna do? Hey, what are you gonna do? My partner did joke though, when I tried to call my parents to have the conversation and they weren't picking up. I went to go do my laundry and my partner's like, what if they call? Should I pick up? I was like, oh yeah, the first time you talk to my parents on the same day I tell them we're probably not going to talk. And look, I mourned last week. I really cried about it. I felt pretty good. I feel pretty good this week. Like I feel that rubber band snap. Like I felt it where I was holding on to this rubber band for so long with my parents. And you know what? The analogy I gave you where the rubber band, it was two people running away from each other and pulling on it. This one was more like I was facing my parents and running backwards while they were running away from me. And I'm like, hey, come back. Don't run that way. Run this way. This way's better. And then eventually, as I'm running backwards and the band is behind me and it's pulling, it snaps and I fall backwards. And I see my parents running away from me as fast as possible towards MAGA. And I'm like, where are you going, bitch? Come back. And I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to stop them. When you love it, set it free, right? I love you. Yeah. But the good news is that they can always change their mind because they really can. As Khadijah says, they can always change their mind. Oh yeah, are you going to do the stream about BoJack? Oh my God, girl, how did I forget? Fuck, I am tired this week. We'll do it tomorrow. Fuck yeah, let's do it tomorrow. Fuck Hassan. We'll talk about Hassan later. Fuck Hassan. Let's talk about BoJack tomorrow. I can't believe I forgot. Yo, I'm tired this week, girls. I am so tired this week. I can't believe I did that. Wow. I forgot. I'm so glad you reminded me. I did. Just Chris said, you forgot? LOL. I did. My brain fog's been crazy. I did. Okay, good. We'll do it tomorrow. Fuck yeah. Let's do it tomorrow. I can't believe I've been so tired. This week, ever since Charlie died, honestly, it's been crazy. It's just like the emotional labor, everything's been a lot, Diet Water, welcome to memberships. Oh, if you want to watch the series, have fun watching me review it because it was fun if you check that out. Oh my gosh, is BoJack worth the watch? Honestly, I'll be real with you. I think BoJack Horseman, now that I've seen it, I think it is one of the most realistic depictions of mid to extreme dysfunction. I think it is very realistic. I think the ending was really well done. I think if you have a BoJack in your life, then you know. If you have a BoJack in your life, you know. And I think it's really important. I think it's a very good show for closure for people who have a BoJack in their life. Not really for the BoJacks, but for the people who have to deal with the BoJacks. Yeah. I think that's kind of what it is. Yeah, I thought it was really well done, honestly. I wouldn't have watched it if you guys didn't encourage me to watch it. I probably never would have gotten around to it, but I'm glad I finished it. I like shows that wrap the ending really well, and I think they did that really well. Yeah. Chad says, do you notice a difference with your symptoms and pressure changes? I definitely do. Are you talking to me? Wait, is that for me? Are you talking about fibro, or are you guys having a conversation about something else? Because my fibro has been crazy the last 2 weeks. Oh my God. It has been probably because I've been stressed, right? With the whole parent stuff and everything, Charlie and everything, It's been kind of crazy. Chad says, I will save watching that till I am further on my healing because I don't know if I've been the BoJack or not. Hey, open with boundaries. I love that. Chad says, I watched it when it originally aired during the turbulent times of my life and it was very cathartic. Struggled to watch the end though. Ugh. That second to last episode, beautiful. Ooh, have you seen Flaked? It's the same guy who wrote BoJack. That's the new one, right? Everyone keeps telling me to check it out. Chet says, why did you fall out with your parents? I talked about it on Monday a little bit. I don't consider it a falling out. I didn't fall out with my parents. I stood my ground. It's not a falling out. We had a samurai battle and we both left there. You know, I don't think we had a falling out. We faced each other. We agreed that this was going to be it. We shook hands and we said, good luck. That's not a falling out. That's an acceptance. Falling out is like when you're holding on, you're upset, you're frustrated, you fought, you have lingering issues. We both know what happened. We knew it was coming. It was 30 years in the making. You know? It is what it is. When you've been working on something for 30 years and it finally like comes to a conclusion, it's just very like, yeah, I think it was so obvious it was going to end this way. I think we both knew it. That's why it felt so like, yeah, okay, I love you. No one yelled. No one got angry. No one cried. It was very matter of fact. It was very, I love you. I love you unconditionally. We looked at each other one last time and we hung up. And I kind of wish that kind of closure for everybody is like it feels good. Like this is it. Like it's supposed to be this way. So no, I didn't have a falling out with my parents, but it's a values difference that really matters. And that's why, again, we're open with boundaries. The door's open, Chad said, did they accept? Yeah. They didn't fight me on it. They accepted it. They wished me luck, told me they loved me. And that was it. Yeah. Chat says, does that mean they won't see you? You won't see them again? Well, I don't know what it means. In terms of seeing them again, I am willing to see them again if they deconstruct. That's my, what's the word? Requirement? Chad said, I wish you peace and happiness, Britt. Thank you. I feel really good about it. I feel pretty happy. I feel pretty at peace with it, Chad says, how did you say it? It's just macro strategy. I think so. I think I know what you're referencing. Yeah, condition. Thank you, Chad. I do have a condition. I can't engage with them unless they make it a safe space for me to do it. They refuse to make it a safe space because of their values. I accept that. And the terms mean we cannot engage. So I cannot make a safe space for them. They can't make a safe space for me. So instead of trying to force each other to do that, we shake hands and we wish each other luck. Because our value differences are so different that we cannot, without betraying who we are as people, make a safe space for one another. It is what it is. I think the one thing about my parents I've always appreciated in many ways is they I think always in my life, anytime any of us have left the family or not talked to people for a while, in many ways it's good that they don't chase their kids. I think in many ways it's also the fault of their pride that they don't attempt to reach out to their kids because they've changed, but because they won't change, they don't chase us, which I appreciate. I appreciate that they know they won't change, so they don't bother us. I think they know it'd be fucked up if they did that. How dare you try to beg me back when you won't change? So they don't. And so I probably will not hear I assume I will not hear from my parents. It would be very abnormal. They usually don't reach out, Yeah, Chad said that's the least they could do for real. That's the least they could do. And I think they'll do it based off of their pattern. Yeah, Chad said your parents are the most toxic, best role models ever. Girl, talk about it. Girl, talk about it. What do you think growing up with them was like? They're the most confusing people I've ever met in my life. They taught me some of the best lessons I've ever needed to learn, and they're the most toxic fucking people somehow. but they're so like responsible in so many ways and so interesting in other ways. And yet their beliefs and their values are so weird. Like it's the weirdest. They really are like me, but conservative. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm looking at them like, you're so interesting and you have so much to say and you're so well read and you're so smart and like you have all of this kindness and compassion I've seen you give out in the world. And yet you're so fucking toxic and cruel. Like make it make sense. It's so weird, dude. You know, Discord said, would you speak to them if they were being open to deconstruction without accomplishing it? Or would they need to already have certain things deconstructed? Yeah, I'm going to need them to do the work. To some extent, not fully deconstructed, but they would have to really prove an embodied change in some way, one or two ways, something has to show an embodied change. Because otherwise it'll just be me doing the emotional labor again, the same way I've been doing for 30 years. So I can't do that. I can't go back to that. I've already done that. I already did that to its end. I already did that till I couldn't do it anymore. I'm like, okay, this isn't the answer. And that's why I was happy to do it. I will never feel bad. I will never feel bad for the way that I've shown up for my family. I'll never feel bad for the work that I've done for them. I will never feel bad, or I don't feel taken advantage of. I feel like I played the role I was always supposed to play. And I feel really, really good about it. Like I feel like I accomplished a big level in a video game, and I feel like I beat the game. And now I'm going to the sequel. Does that kind of make sense? You know, I kind of feel like I've been hustling at this game for like 10 years and I just beat it. It's so significant for me in so many ways. Like I feel so unburdened. I feel so like a burden was just lifted off my shoulders at the right time, in the right way, in the way that I feel like it actually, in some ways, it happened on my terms. Oh. I feel like it happened on my terms. Felt really good. Yeah. It just felt really right. Yeah. Okay, a few more questions, then I'm going to head out, girls. Do you have any feelings of like bitterness or frustration that you've done so much and they haven't? Is it like that you feel that sometimes rarely but are able to work through it, or it's not there? I used to feel that way in my 20s. I haven't felt that way since I got into my 30s. When I had my shift of healing, genuinely, I stopped feeling attached to the bitterness in a way. I felt disappointed in people, but I don't feel angry or bitter. I used to, though. God, I used to be so fucking angry and so exhausted. I think now it's a matter of fact. I am matter-of-factly disappointed in the amount of emotional labor that I have been doing these last few months in a way that makes me feel like it has come to its rightful conclusion, in which our interactions have now become less than symbiotic and have no future of them becoming more symbiotic. And therefore, I think it's time that we have a very serious discussion about our time together. That type of feeling, you know, it's more like I worked through the bitterness myself to let go of the attachment of outcome. But now that I've in the combination of letting go of the attachment of outcome, still have to face the reality of my life. And the reality is my parents are willing to protect predators and throw gay people and trans people under the bus. They're willing to vote for a rapist, and they're willing to vote for fascism, whether they have good intentions or not. And I am okay accepting that they are bad. And I wish them the best, and I hope they heal, and I hope they go to therapy, and I hope they, for once in their life, actually protect the kids, because God knows they talked a game they never could carry out. Everyone talks a big game until the universe really tests you. You know? That's what it is. You know, okay, chat says, what do you think about natural friends? And I mean people that don't like or mesh well together, but one of your friends causing harm or hurt your other friend? Natural friends? What's natural friends? I mean, people that don't like or mesh well together, and one of them is your friend hurting the other friend. Can you expand on that? Do you mean like you're friends with somebody, but they're not friends with somebody else, and they're not getting along type thing? Expand on that, and I'll try my best to answer it before I head out. Chet says, how do you think they can accept no talking with their kid? Wow. The same way I cannot talk to my parent. I meant neutral. Oh, neutral friends. What do you think about neutral friends? And I mean people that don't like or mesh well together, but one of them is your friend's causing harm to another friend. So like you're being triangular, like there's a triangularization happening, right? Like you're friends with them and you're friends with them, but they're not friends with each other, or they're fighting and they're kind of like putting you in the middle. You know? Chet says you don't look accepting about it. I think there's a part of you that's really hurt about it, but you don't want to admit it. I think you're being incredibly rude right now, and you're being incredibly inappropriate. You don't know me. And if you in any way could understand how I was expressing myself, you would see vulnerability, and you would see that I was allowed to be sad about it, but you would see that being sad about it does not mean you don't accept it. Because that's the myth, right? The myth is if you accepted it, you wouldn't be sad about it. That is the boy brain, debate bubble, psychopath version of humanity. You're allowed to be sad about something you're proud of. You're allowed to mourn and know it's the right decision. Because I am a person and I have feelings. And there's nothing wrong with being sad. There's nothing wrong with being sad. You would actually be very concerned if I wasn't sad. You should have been very concerned that I wasn't sad, right? You said you're right. I'm sorry for making assumptions, but you just seemed really sad and it made me sad. I am very sad. I am very sad. It's a very sad situation. And that's okay. I've cried a lot this week, and I'm going to keep crying until I'm done crying. But it is supposed to be sad. And don't let anybody take that away from you. We just watched a whole podcast of boys who can't be vulnerable or cry. That's that toxic masculinity. Dr. K would say, what's wrong with crying? What's wrong with watching a movie that makes you cry? What's wrong with me crying? You know? Of course I'm sad. It's really sad. Yeah. All right. Did I answer that question above about the friendship situation enough? Let me see here. I want to make sure I don't leave you hanging, but I'll be back tomorrow. But I would just say if you're friends with two different people and they're not getting along, maybe they don't need to be friends. You said friends that are two groups of people. Person A causes harm to person B, but you're friends with both. Okay, then you got to do this. Hear me out. They got to work it out, or this is an ethical dilemma and someone's going to end some friendship. But I have lots of friends who are, see, this is the thing. You're allowed to have friends with multiple people, but your friendships are separate. The question is something unethical being done? Is the hurt the friends are causing ethical issues in which you have to pick a side? But pick it through your values, not for the people, right? Because you're allowed to be friends with both of them if they're fighting. They don't have to be friends for you to be friends with them. But if someone's doing something grossly unethical, then something has to happen, okay? You know, they don't, so it depends on the circumstance, you know? But people aren't going to get along just because y'all are friends. They don't have to get along just because y'all are friends. Friends come and go, right? These friends groups who person A causes harm, person B, but you're friends with both. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's my answer. Whatever it is, decide, is it a big issue, a small issue, a their issue, a your issue? You know, when my mutuals fight, if I have any, let's say I mostly have siblings, so my friends aren't friends with each other. So my siblings, if they're friends and they're fighting, I just go, this ain't between me and you. Figure it out. Unless it's something deeply unethical, this has nothing to do with me. You know? You said, yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Going out of their way to hurt your job opportunities. Uh-oh. And your health. Uh-oh. Sounds like you should stop being friends with somebody. Hold on now, girl. If you're friends with somebody who's being deeply cruel, you might just want to, separate from the way they're treating your friend, decide if you want a friend like that in your life. Think about it like that. Would I want to be friends with this person? Do I want to be friends with this person? Even though this person is hurting my friend, don't worry about your friend right now. Just worry about yourself. Why are you friends with this person? That's the question. Yeah, I'm sorry you're going through that. That's difficult. It's happened. It's normal. It happens throughout friendships. This is an opportunity for you to put a boundary down, right? Yeah, you did stop. Okay, there you go. Hey, great. Then you're fine. I would recommend that your other friend who's being attacked also separate themselves from this person. Yeah. Do your best to deconstruct the problem. Actually, before I go, guys, somebody on the Discord said, what are some of the ways you deconstruct? We're going to use this as an example. We're going to deconstruct. Thank you, Lady O. I see you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Okay. How do we deconstruct this? Let's do one more thing before I head out. Hold on. Ba-da-da-da, dee-doo-doo, dee-doo-doo, la-la-la-la, la-la-la-la. Okay, so, okay, you have friend A, and you have friend B, and then you have you, okay? These are 3 different bubbles. I'm just using you as an example, but I'm not using you as a perfect example, okay? Your friendship is a construct. It means you have decided to have a relationship, okay? A relationship. Maybe the relationship goes in all different directions between the 3 of you. Some of the relationships have been severed, okay? So they've been severed. The idea is that they have a connection for a reason, but you need to deconstruct them. Who is the you and what are your values in relation to how you form these connections? And do you need to reconstruct the connections between these people? If these people are fighting and they're trying to get you involved in the fighting, you cut off the ability for them to involve you, but then from the outside, you observe it for what it is. What am I actually getting from my connection with this person? And then what am I actually getting from this connection with this person? Okay, they're 2 separate questions that you're gonna see as in a zoomed out way. Okay, you're going to make sure that you aren't making this decision about friend A because of this decision with friend B, right? That's important. Okay, just to get more details, let me see. Chat says, I had a bestie and her best friend. I had a bestie and her best friend got upset that I got a promotion. And then they went to the hiring manager to lie about me and I lost my promotion and almost got fired. Bestie said she was neutral. Oh. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I want you to deconstruct this friendship, this connection, and move through the process of accepting that this is one of those moments. Is this person going to be somebody you do life with or not? But this person doesn't seem to share the same values as you. And so you get to decide if you want to end this friendship, but I would recommend forming friendships with people who are more aligned with your values. And that person made a choice, and that choice tells you who they are. And you know what I say? Believe people when they tell you who they are. Okay? So that's really how I would look at that situation. Again, you want to zoom out just a little bit so your feelings aren't so locked in, and zoom out and just give yourself a breather away from how it feels in your body, and just give yourself a moment to observe it. And just, you know, they say, there's that saying, would you let your best friend talk to your other best friend this way? Or would you let someone talk to your best friend this way? It's like zoom out a little bit and ask yourself, like, if you were your friend, what would you tell yourself? Just a little bit, right? And also to answer the Discord, like, what are some ways we deconstruct? We make pictures, we talk it out, we pull ideas apart, we meditate, we take journals. I do pictures. I'm a graphy girl. All my notebooks around my room, all graphs of like my feelings, just like I do on Paintier. I try to visualize because I'm a visual learner, right? Deconstruction is the process of pulling things apart to understand it. Have you guys ever seen deconstructed food? Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you guys ever seen, like, if you watch MasterChef, and when they make fancy meals, they go, oh, this is deconstructed ice cream. Deconstructed. Let me see if I can get you a picture. So this is a great example. Hold on. Okay, this is perfect. Let me pull it up for you. This is what you're going to do with your thoughts. This is a picture of deconstructed ice cream. See how the cone is on the side? The ice cream is out of the cone and the fruits and stuff are around, the chocolate syrups around the plate. Your deconstructed is to take it apart. So see how these are parts of an ice cream cone? And then if you put it together, it would be an ice cream cone. But you're going to deconstruct it onto a plate. You're going to do the same thing with your thoughts, your problems, your worries. Okay? You're going to take your thought and deconstruct it and put it on the plate. You're going to take your problem and deconstruct it, put it on the plate. You're going to see every individual part that makes up the circumstance you're deconstructing or the thing you're deconstructing, and you're going to put it together and take it apart and put it together and take it apart. And that's what you're doing. You're deconstructing. You know? That's what's so exciting about it, is like you get to take this thing apart. That's what the word deconstruct within itself just means to take apart. It doesn't mean to destroy. It doesn't need to replace. It's just to understand the details of, right? So that's how I would think about it. Discord said, could ways of deconstructing be similar to the ways we find it easier to study? Wait, what do you mean? Could ways of deconstructing be similar to the ways we find it easiest to study? Oh, like the best way to deconstruct is similar to how you like to best study? Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Chat says deconstruction allows you to further understand the parts and how they interact to create the whole. Exactly. Yeah. Have fun with it. You already have the tools within you. You already know, how to put a picture together. So even if you have to draw it out, Yes, Discord said like some people study with flashcards, videos, or books. 100. Whatever the tool is for your brain, use that. I like visuals. I like pictures. I like attaching it to different topics like food. I love that when I watch MasterChef, a deconstructed plate is the same thing as a deconstructed thought. A deconstructed idea is the same thing as a deconstructed meal. I just love that. That's so helpful to my brain to be like, oh, I get it. And it gives me a visual. It also makes me hungry, but it's very helpful. Okay. So just think of that deconstructed ice cream. Every time you're like, oh, what do I do with it? How do I deconstruct this? Take it apart into its separate elements and then put it back together. Take it apart, put it back together. Take it apart to see all the details, put it back together. And every time you put it together, it will be a better version than before. That's the idea. Okay. Even in my own relationship, in my own marriage, a lot of our conversations require us to deconstruct and put our marriage back together in a really helpful way. Let's deconstruct, put it back together. Because the idea is when we deconstruct, we're getting a good visual on the details. And we're like, okay, now I see, got it. I figured it out. There was a screw loose on the bottom of the table. It's like your ability to see, like, it's like, where's Waldo? It's sometimes you got to figure it out, but like really deconstructing everything because you can't just see it. You got to yeah. Yeah. And yes, you're allowed to discard parts. Exactly. So deconstruct, take out the parts that don't belong there or don't fix or that need fixing or no longer serve you, and reconstruct it to be stronger and better than before. That's why we deconstruct, We deconstruct to kind of see like, I don't know if this is fitting anymore. I don't really know if I need this. I don't know if we should put this back. And then maybe other days you'll deconstruct, you'll notice like a hole in the wall and you're like, how do I fill that hole with something that's necessary? It's all about building. We're building it up. We're always checking the foundation. That's how I like to think of it. And sometimes when you deconstruct, you got to redo the whole foundation. But I think my ultimate goal for everybody is to get to such a point in their life where their foundation is so strong that you really can build on it. And that when you deconstruct, you're just looking for the cracks in the foundation. You are not looking to rebuild the whole thing. Yeah. All right, girlies, I think we did it. Hey, thank you so much for letting me be vulnerable and holding space for that. I appreciate it. And I hope that when I do share vulnerabilities with you, it's because not only is it real and I think important, but that I am trying to make sure it's okay to be vulnerable and it's okay to be sad and it's okay to do all these things. And it's okay to be sure you made the right decision. Okay. I want you to know that you're allowed to be joyful and you're allowed to be happy and you're allowed to put down boundaries and you're allowed to see bad people leave your life and be sad about it and happy about it and peaceful about it. And, All the things. Yeah. I'll be back tomorrow. And on Saturday, I will post a collaboration between Britt Hartley and myself. It went so fabulous. I'm sure you will enjoy it. And thank you, Yaya, for being a membership of 28 months. Thank you for sharing. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it so much. All right. Talk to you tomorrow. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.